Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you say, take them away, far from the place where you feel them today. Oh, see how they weigh like iron in your pockets on a warm summer day. Be free from the swing and be on your way. Falling with you as you jump into misery, holding your hand as you chase the shadows away. Take away 1,001 little words that you say. Oh, take them away, free from this way. Not bad. Not complex or anything, but not bad. Nice way to come back in. Just a little smooth rock and roll. What is up, all y'all? Welcome back. Appreciate you all joining us on this day. Let's make sure we don't trigger any crazy. Yeah, there we go. What's up, y'all? Who we got? Who we got in this chat? We got Couch Tracks. We been new, and we're gonna be been new with you. Welcome back, my dude, and thanks for joining us. Beignet as well. What's good? How you doing? Welcome back as well on to yourself. We got Galactic Neoblade as well. How you doing? What's good? Long time no see indeed. It's been a couple weeks, I think. Not that long. Come on, you know. No, yeah, it's been a gigging adventure this year, where it's like not a whole lot of work, but there's a constant amount of it, at least 1 or 2 a week, and that's good, you know, like, gotta pay rent. But just enough to keep me busy and humble. That combined with hunting, because I went on a couple hunting trips near my pop's place, and that didn't go super well. Nothing bad happened. It's just nothing good happened either. My dad saw one, took a shot, and grazed him and gave him a haircut. So yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing. That D&D, as usual, steady on the D&D, and I've been playing a little bit more video games these days, in between moments where I actually have like an hour or two to spare, which are far and few between. But Civilization 6 is a hell of a game. I was like, literally, while I was waiting for people to sign up to the queue, like, just why not, you know? Like, let's just knock out a few turns and try to appease this tension that I have between Korea and Colombia. They don't like the Mayans, apparently. I don't know why. The famous Korean-Colombian War occurred, and I won. I fought them both off on 2 fronts, and I won. So, happy about that. I didn't get a deer, but I beat the Koreans and the Colombians in Civ 6. So, there's that. And I bought Tears of the Kingdom. That shit's awesome. Haven't really delved into that, but Black Friday was a decent time for game specials, so I stocked up. They were honestly
most of them like stupid cheap prices. So I'm like really happy that like on top of stocking up on a decent amount of games, it cost me like pennies on the dollar. It's great. Anyways, how you guys doing? Couch, how you been? Beignet, how you been? Galactic Neilblade, you just you've been great. That's good. That's excellent. Beignet, you started doing ear or interval training and have been having a lot of things clicked. Also messing around with new workflows for creating rough draft arrangements. That's interesting. Interval training, Beignet. Where would one go to let's say do some of that interval training? Are you consulting like a private teacher, or are you doing exercises online? And if it's the latter, I'd be curious, because I know a few people who are just getting into singing or getting into like music in general, and they don't know where to start identifying pitch, and that would be a useful thing. So if you could send me some intel on that, because that's super. That like interval training is everything, really. Once you understand the intervals between the differences between intervals and the differences between notes, and you could lock in and understand the difference between on interval and off it, you are limited to nothing. The rest is just adding on top of that knowledge. So very interesting. Exercises online, and kind of just coming up with my own exercises to also learn the feeling of the different degrees of scales. Yeah. That's good. Careful that you don't like teach yourself the wrong lessons, like the way I learned how to play guitar at first, with the thumb always on the top. You'll still see me play that way sometimes. Apart from that, that's awesome. Let me know if you find any really good ones in the chat. Like, hit me up. Little Pitmit, nice name and welcome. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. If you're looking to get some music reviewed, you just need to follow these instructions. Type command feedback in the chat, and you'll see exactly what we're doing on. What's going on in here? My own exercises, jam sessioning on scales to familiarize myself with how the different patterns between intervals feel. Okay, good. Very good. That's not exactly it's it's your own exercises. You're jamming. You're like how many exercises I've done on the Dorian and pentatonic scale? How many of them have I done? Jesus. Does it have to be SoundCloud, or can it be a file? Cannot be a file. I will not download a stranger's file on the first day that they meet them. I am apologize, but there's too much risk. There's too much risk. Well, folks, we got a little bit of interest, and so let's get into it. We got Quaney2TL. Appreciate you joining the queue. Thanks for doing so. But we got the first one. We got a little special moment here. Couch Tracks, will you be able to play my Google Drive one I sent you? Well, yeah, that I already vetted. And I know I've known you for a while. The amount of people who come in on the stream and who drop a track, then it's a move file. Anyways, I admit, like, SoundCloud. It's free. It's easy. There's no real excuse except come on. But yeah, I'm pulling that up right now. So speaking of Couch Tracks, we got a little bit of a special moment here because, first of all, Couch Tracks is A, signed artist, and B, a longtime viewer of the stream. At some point, we had, unfortunately, had to cut off a stream, and we had to, basically not give him his review for that day. And we've been, for the longest time, trying to set something up like this, where we, basically do an in-depth listen. This is the kind of, experience you can expect if I were to privately sit down with you, open project kind of thing, and just step by step examine a song. So we're gonna do it as we always do. We're gonna give it a full listen, and we're gonna talk about it as always. But we're going to really examine this mix in depth so we can make sure that we're not missing anything. For the simple reason that A, this is Couch Tracks, and B, this is going to be for a remix deadline, a remix competition, if I'm not mistaken. And so for that reason, we have we have a like sort of an obligation to make sure that our feedback is as pertinent as possible. I invite everyone else as well on the stream to point out anything that they may notice, as always, that this is why this isn't going to be a whole lot different from every time necessarily. It will, however, be a little bit more in-depth and a little more, I'd say, scrutinous. No. Let me just pull that file up right now. And we're not going to have much of a screen to share because it's like a QuickTime window. But yeah. Little pit mitt. All right, I just don't have SoundCloud. You don't need to, it's a free thing. You sign up with your Google account even, and it's pretty simple to set up, honestly, and your first tracks are always free. It's like, it's kind of brainless to get it all set up. So you shouldn't have trouble. No one should have trouble. That's why I picked that like platform the most. Also, it doesn't compress your files nearly as much as the other websites do. Obviously, a file is a file, but that's not a thing. On the Google Drive link, when you have it open, there's a comments area you can utilize. That would be dope. It's a good thing I just closed the Google Drive. Let's see here. I don't know exactly. My computer's old as fuck, yo. So that feature, I don't see it on my computer. Oh man, I have the option to download and add to start and see the details of the file. Now that's not going to be the thing. I'll try and resume some of my thoughts at the end so that we can get some general notes for you. But yeah, no, I'm not seeing that option on my browser. Sorry, dude. Sounds like the track was made on a couch. Ha ha ha. It was not. It was made in an office chair. Is it an ergonomic office chair? I wish. Can find a lot of refurbished high-end office chairs. Highly recommend it, as it do be game-changing. Still hella expensive for a chair, though. Yeah. Chairs don't be cheap. Am I right? They're a pretty expensive endeavor. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pull up this here. It's gonna be a screen share, but like, you know. Not much going on here. But yeah, okay. So let's see the file name here. Do My Thang, Shark Week Splash, Foxtrot Now with sub bass. All right, so I'll probably get blocked on YouTube for this, but if it's a remix. But we'll see. No, maybe not. Either way, folks, we're gonna listen to this in depth. I'm gonna get my notebook here. Ooh, I have been working a lot here, folks. I'm really kind of like tired, so I'm gonna be taking it rather easy today. But let's get through this. Let's listen to this and let's talk about how we feel about it. Again, folks, looking to maximize this song for a competition. So let's do our best here. Here we go. Do My Thang, Shark Week Splash, Foxtrot Now with sub bass. Sounds like an old timey ad. Now with sub bass. All right, here we go. Let's give her a listen.
Invalid, busted, intricately deconstructed. Self-worth is at a low, self-hate just above it. Striving to be a better me, but wind up a casualty. Happiness I miss cause I can't touch it, so fuck it. All cities are low, I can't adjust it. Trying to get blood from a stone when I ask for substance. It's dirty, the shots below the belt you take to hurt me, but I'm blurted, and now I'm on fire because of the way that you burn me. My tank is on empty, full of rage, do not tempt me. red mean a casualty. I know calorie tree for beasts on shark week. 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 Beasts on beasts on beasts on beasts on beasts. Whenever I dip, you know how to get me back. You know the buttons to press to make me defend my acts, to descend and bask in the reality of the reaction. You made me react in a narcissistic fashion, but I'm laughing, 'cause it could've been good. You had it all, but you wanted more. Thinking you making it rich, bitch. Nah, you're making it poor. I got my head on straight, not waiting for approval. Never looking back when you attack me with your fucking voodoo. It's your drag on my soul when you don't let go. Won't let me fly, would rather see me die. Laughing at my need for liberty while you're directing my life. I'm a stake lust for intimate love. Hey.
Okay. Ending. I'm gonna just put ending so we'll talk about it. Okay. I have several notes already, so that's pretty cool. I think the drop was my favorite part of this entire song, the halftime drop. It's a little I don't want to say misshapen. It's just an odd shape for a song. I would sort of go as far to say. We have this phenomenon occurring where I'm hearing transitionary moments that could potentially be a little bit more smooth or a little more jarring, but are hovering in this weird middle ground. And that's making the shape of the song even a little bit weirder. So it might just be an effect of that happening, but I will be weary of that when we as we go through to it. Let's start with the first exemplification of that note though. Let's just go right to the beginning here. So okay, I'm not a huge fan of the curve of that volume. It feels very exponential. And it's not in the way that makes me go that makes me feel like I'm being sucked into the song, as I think is the goal here. It's far more like, it's like I'm being pulled up onto the song. Thank you very much, Sonic Beats, for supporting the stream in the way you do. Appreciate that. And that's what you get. No. Okay, so let's just as we get that out of the way, let's talk about the intro itself here. So the first kick, first of all, is falling a little bit flat. I'm hearing now that there are more transition elements here between the intro and the first sort of beat section. They're not very apparent on a first listen, but I do hear it. So yeah. But the first kick, let's just hear that again. There is no first kick. You have that tick-a-doon, wah, and I think that's a trick you should probably save for yourself until another section of the song. If there is an opportunity for it, I don't know. I just missed that first kick, and I'm like, oh well, could have been there. What else do we got? Let's keep powering through here. Let's listen to the mix.
Correct.
This is not an obvious thing, but it's something that I notice is a little bit. I don't know if you have a reverb on your master. It's a common trick to put some very, very low reverb on the master. But it feels like there's reverb on all the elements, like this very small ambient room reverb, including on your wobble basses. Like fidget basses, I guess is what it would be technically falling under in this category. And it sounds like just everything is going through the same room. Drums, kick, drums, bass, the little synths, the buzz saws. Oh, we got an ad. It's time for an ad song for those who don't have an ad. What's the melody of this thing? I think it's something like. Yeah! I think the ad's over. And thank you, Benya, for gifting a sub to Couch Tracks. My dude definitely deserves some ad-free experience during his review. So that. Kwani 2TL, appreciate you following the stream. Thank you very much. Ben, yeah, thank you for supporting the stream in the way you do. You are a mensch, my friend. All right. So let's talk about this a little bit again. Let's go back and let's listen to the last part we were talking about. No. Let's go back to this part here. Right. Well, we were talking about, I'll return the favor. Who else needs a sub? Kwani2L calls it, 2TL calls it real quick. Sucks it up. Anyways, so the room sounds that all of your everything seems to be going through, it's not that it's, it sounds bad. It's just kind of feeling like it's diluting some of the oomph of your track. And I have a couple of examples of things that are missing oomph, and I don't think they're all caused by just like some short room reverb. But I'm hearing that a lot of the elements all have this, which unites them. And what I want is a little more division, a little more tension. Let's talk about your vocals here.
Invalid, busted, intricately deconstructed.
Okay. It's funny. This is like sort of a you problem, and I don't mean like it's all. It's all your songs. Sonic Beats tipping $5 to skip the queue. Thank you very much, my dude. Appreciate that. Well, we'll get you switched up. As a matter of fact, right now, as is your privilege. If I can do it, can I do it? Yes, I can. Very well. It should be done. I love that. I love that I can control it right here in OBS. I love that so much. Okay, so this is a problem that we often hear with your tracks couch. Is that tracks couch? Blah, blah, blah. Your vocals are loud. Your high mids in general, they're a little bit very pronounced, and I think this is an ear fatigue problem, something that occurs pretty often, and it's replicating. This problem is replicating itself in two specific ways. So your vocals are too loud and too high mid nasally, and your snare has a lot of slap in these portions when there's vocals and when there's other elements that are lead elements. Your snare has a lot of slap, but not a lot of punch, not a lot of the low mids. They have a lot of the high mids though, and a lot of the middle mids. So you're going to want to compensate a little bit on that, giving yourself an ear break that is solid and significant, and then going back to the track and making minor adjustments, giving another ear break before you listen back to it to make sure your adjustments are enough, and then going back to it and listening to it and then making your final adjustments. Because yeah, we're hearing commonalities between your projects, Couch, that you drive your ears into the ground. And that's neither good for your track nor good for your health. Take it from someone with constant tinnitus as of this point. Constant. There's not a moment where I don't hear it. When I'm working and I have other things going on, like when the volume of other things starts increasing, the tinnitus actually it's perceived as less loud in my brain, I guess. So it's almost like my ears tune themselves to outside noise rather than to inside noise. But on every other moment of my fucking life, there's this really, really high octave of B flat that just drives me insane. And so rest your ears, my dude, from someone who didn't. Rest your ears for your track's sake. That's a comment that I've said before to you, but like for a competition track, like you can't afford not to if your goal is to win, if you're aligning yourself with the win. So yeah, a lot of high mids. It's like really pronouncing itself on your vocals and your snare specifically. Let's hear the snare when the vocals are in.
Self-worth is at a low, self-hate just above it, striving to be a bit.
Here's not bad, a little more hollow section. Let's see where I really noticed. Jesus, where I really noticed it.
Act in a narcissistic fashion, but I'm laughing. Cause it could have been good, you had it all, but you wanted more. Thinking you making a rich bitch, nah.
Here, and I believe here as well.
Peace on shark week. Peace on
Where the fuck did it go? There was just two significant moments where I was like, Jesus, I can't hear the punch of the snare anymore.
Shark week. Peace on shark week. Then at my need for liberty while you're directing my life. I'm a stake lust.
I guess that was the only moment. It was just a more dragged out moment. Either way, I think I'm hearing a lot more slap in these sections. I don't understand why cursing so much. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. It was good though. I don't understand why cursing so much. Yeah. I don't understand. This version I made based on another streamer suggestions. I had the version before this one. I hate to have you play too, but could you see if the other one is better? I mean, yeah, that's what we're here to do. We're here to compare mixes exceptionally for you who has missed a review. I would say, yeah, absolutely. Send me that shit over. I'm going to go through the rest of these notes here because there is something in the drop that was bothering me, and I'm not sure if that's going to be something that is going to reproduce itself in the other version. You DM'd it on Discord. Okay, let's just go through these little notes here.
Shark week. Peace on shark week. Peace on shark week. Peace on shark week. Peace on shark week. Peace on
That weird step. You heard it, right? I'm sure you heard it. Like, you have to have heard it. There's a weird step in the filter, almost as if the filter turns off, as if your automation region got, like, accidentally, like, descended or something like that. Listen to it.
Peace on shark week. Peace on shark week. Peace on
Sloppy. Sloppy, honestly. It's just like, oh, weird. That's something that just doesn't feel polished. I skipped one, actually. I skipped a note. I was so excited to talk about that that I skipped a note here. So let's go back to your break, the transition to your break. Let's talk about that.
I can't adjust it. Try to get blood from a stone when I ask for substance.
A lot of effects on the vocals also I'm noticing here. And this is also where the vocals get kind of drowned. The snare kind of gets drowned out on its low end. In this section is the second section. I couldn't find it before. But let's listen to this.
Dirty. The shots below the belt you take to hurt me. But I'm blurry. And now I'm on fire because of the way that you burn me.
It's better here when it hollows out. It's better. But it's still... I don't know. It needs more punch.
Because of the way that you burn me. My tank is on empty. Full.
not a fan of the way that you transitioned to just a quiet section. It's not like smooth. Again, it sounds just very. We're taking regions off. We're muting them. We're not doing anything to like smooth out the pleats in a way. You know, like it might need something there, like at least like a reverse riser. Something there, just something like it's sounding bare and it's sounding choppy in a way. Transition to break, weird step effect before drop. Let me talk about this, guys. You tell me if you disagree, all of you. Is it me or does the kick lack some juice?
Rage do not tempt me. Happiness I miss cause I can't touch it. So fuck it. All cities are low. I can't adjust it. Try to get blood from a stone. When I ask for substance, it's dirty. The shots below the.
Right? Right? Like it's not that it's inaudible. It's totally audible. It's mixed evenly. I mean, I hear it, but it doesn't cut super. It doesn't super cut through the mix. Exactly, Beignet. It's like it doesn't quite. It doesn't quite sit. Yeah, I don't know. Like it. I don't know if it's a frequency or an EQing problem because it sounds like it's there and it's just wanting to come out of the woodwork, but instead it's kind of just hanging back and leaving space for the rest of it. It might be a mastering issue. It might be just a gain staging issue, compression issue. I don't think it's an EQing issue, so I don't think we have to worry about that. But yeah, exactly like what you said. The kick needs Kwani to TL, appreciate that. The kick needs to punch my chest out. Right. Exactly. And throw some saturation on that hoe, Beignet. Exactly. That's what I need it to do. It needs to really you know? Like where there would be teeth, there are no longer. You know what I mean? I have one last note, and I think you'll know what it's gonna be. Like, it's not a. It's not that it's not an ending. It's just I feel like, is that the best you've got? I don't know. Maybe there's something more that I was expecting for such a dense song than just a boom, just a D, a low little D at the end of that song to take me out of it. I don't know. I feel like we could do better than that, personally. I think you got like so many tools in a musician's, a musical producer's tool chest with which to experiment. And a root note, little one note stinger without drums accompanying it, without anything else, without echo, delay, reverb. Like, it just feels like, I ran out of steam. That's unfortunate, you know, for a competition track. The steam should look like it never runs out. That's what really makes people stand out at competitions, is they look like machines that the steam never stops pouring out and creating a new adventures and mysteries along which we are taken. That was a roundabout way of saying basically keep us interested throughout, including in the transitions. I think you could do better with your transitions. Personally, if I'm being honest with you, I think your transitions have a lot more to, a little more to work to do. I see there. Oh, I am seeing a comment on this one, though I have no way to add my own here. This mix, someone, I'm not gonna out their name. Someone said kick in car sounds a little weak. Kick in car. Chorus, I guess. Vocals need soothe too. Sure. That's the easy way out. Sure. I don't know necessarily if that's all it needs, but I guess that's a way to make them better. Sure. To tame some of the harsh, filter sweep at the end of the build up could be executed better. Sweeps back in a little too soon. Oh, this sounds like the notes that I. This is funny. This is funny. It sounds like a lot of like the comments that I had. Okay, so I just downloaded it. I'm not done yet. I didn't introduce it. We're gonna either way give it a a cursory listen here, just to compare some of the hot points. But I wanted to open it. I didn't want to play it in fucking iTunes. Just open a QuickTime file. Okay, cool. So this is technically the earlier version, so I'm just gonna make it higher. And here you take me higher. Oh, Galactic, you just noticed the Q underneath my name. That's cool. Yeah, I know. It's underneath my clap. Good timing, although I'm sure that wasn't for me. I'm sure it was for Couch Tracks' song, which agreed on that. But yes, the Q under my face is a new addition. I appreciate that. My 05 TJ legit didn't even have a sub. I don't even know what was like. I don't even know how to listen to music without like some sub frequencies. Jeep sounds so weird. No door speakers at all. I mean, no doors at all. Also, okay, let's listen to this here. Let's. This is the first one, and then we got Eagle and Foxtrot. I see what you're doing. Your name in your mixes with alphanumeric, whatever the fucking code name is. Let's listen to the drop specifically, just so we hear the build and the drop here. Let's listen to this.
I can't entrust it, trying to get blood from a stone.
Wow. Okay, so I'm glad that you already put the vocals through Soothe. So now Military Alphabet. Thank you very much, Couchtrex. I'm glad you already put the vocals through Soothe because these ones are extra harsh. Let's go up to the drop here and see what we're dealing with. Also, hi Elfdoll. Welcome back.
Not tempt me, I leave you toothless like Matt Swing. To me you just red mean, a casualty. I know calorie retreat for beasts on shark wing. 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 Beasts on
Transition was better here. No, it's worse. You did the same thing and you went even further. It just turns off at some point. Save that. Save it for the drop, man. Save it for beat one of the drop one. You know, like don't reveal your bass too early. It takes away from the punch. And you do the same thing here, if I'm not mistaken. It's off the grid and it's less low frequencies, but it's still there. So I would just whatever that is, fix that. Let's keep listening. Okay. The sub and the kick of this drop sound a lot better. Sound a lot better in your new mix. So keep it that way. For the earlier parts, let's give it a listen.
Cities alone, I can't entrust it, trying to get blood.
No, you've still made a net improvement, I think. Let's listen again.
Can't touch it, so I can't entrust it, trying to get blood from a stone.
Your low end is still a net improvement, I think. You still have some nice density there in your drops and stuff. So that's... Oh wow, less than perfect. I appreciate you rating once more. I think this is the second time you've rated my channel. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for bringing your people with you as well. Crusoe, less than perfect. Phase 0, appreciate you. Overall, the Frogstart one is better. Yes, I do. I do tend to agree with that. Couch Tracks. I would still, however, adjust the kick to be a little bit more punchy, and I would still fix your transitions, make your snare punch and clap. Your vocals still need work. I would just straight up like dial them back 4 dB flat, like at least 4 dB flat. That's my instinct. Maybe it might be less, but it's loud. They're up there. So that would be my instinct. Yep. I've been taking notes. That ending again. Let's just hear the first one just to hear.
Low. Hey. Laughing for intimate low. Hey.
Again, an improvement on the end. It's just I'm not a huge fan of the. You can throw a kick on it, worst case. You know what I mean? Like just put a big fucking boom.
I'm laughing at my need for liberty while you're directing my life. I'm a stake lust for intimate low. Hey.
It could be as simple as just like a little roll. Let me try something else. I think I got it.
Liberty while you're directing my life. I'm a stake lust for intimate low. Hey.
Yeah, like it could just be as simple as a little doodle-doo. Yeah, just add something juicier. You know what I mean? Less than perfect DJ. It's been a minute. Glad to hear. Glad to hear you. Glad to see you and your people that support me. Appreciate you. God. Less than perfect DJ. Not less than perfect in my eyes right about now. Right about now, you're just perfect. Okay. But I think that's it. Couch Tracks. I think that's pretty much all I had to say. The comparison between the two was helpful because we know you have stepped it up. You have certainly improved your predicament. I think you have some work to do still, if I'm being respectfully honest. And that's fine. That's totally cool. I think you could, I think it's pretty easy to fix a lot of the things that I'm suggesting you do. Transitions are going to be a little bit trickier because my opinion of what makes a good transition is not going to be the same as yours. And I have a few different ideas as to what would work better or worse than this. But I like fidget music in general. I'm a huge fan, as a matter of fact, of that old school sort of like late 2000s, early 2010s sort of fidget scene. That was when I was growing up in the electronic scene personally, when I was really like flourishing in that like sort of underground electro in Montreal, at least anyways. And so I like that you brought yourself out of your own comfort zone to do this. It does feel a little bit less underground as of today. It feels a little bit more mainstream. Back in my day, we would have said that like, oh, dude, it's like so dark. It's like it's giving me like really underground vibes. That's awesome, dude. But I mean, we all today we've been introduced to some much more hardcore shit. So I think that's it. Couch Tracks. We've taken a decent chunk of time to like really in-depth dive into your track head first. And folks, this is the kind of experience that you can expect when you enlist my services offline, off stream. The only difference would be basically is that we like chatted on Discord directly sometimes. We could just chat together, me and you. You could open up your session and screen share with me. But this sort of in-depth analysis of like really every aspect that we can change with a solution of how to change it. That's the kind of stuff that we like doing like in private sessions, basically. I can do this for lyrical editing. I could do this for mixing. It could be very well for mastering, arrangement, compositional, even like sort of I guess a little bit on what Beignet was saying is like interval, sort of from an interval perspective. We could do a little bit of everything, even like I usually do. It's like I address everything that I notice in all of those aspects as much as possible. But if you're looking to really hone in one or more of those aspects, we permit ourselves a little bit more time offline, usually, to do those kind of things. I wanted to give an example as well, because Couch Tracks has been long owed this sort of experience. And I wanted to also give an example to you guys to know like what it's supposed to feel like, which is a little bit more in-depth, a little more like, let's fix this in this way kind of experience. But that's pretty much all I got to say about it. Couch Tracks. What genre is this, Kwani? I call it fidget because it's got a lot of the wobbles and it's got like a 130 to 135 BPM sort of structure that doesn't make it sort of quite dubstep yet. So I usually would call it fidget. It's got the wobbly basses and the EDM sort of beat structure. But pop house, I guess it's a little bit darker than pop house, I would say. It's just that's what you would call pop house. Kim Fan, what's up? Welcome back. Appreciate seeing you. Nice to have you with us. DJ Beignet, fidget step. Yeah, it does drop into a half step moment. So I mean, there is a fidget step moment certainly in there, Beignet. Jay Bish, how you been, Mike? I've been good. I've been pretty good. Thank you as well. I think I saw you joining the queue, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you did. So appreciate you doing so. I've been all right. How about yourself? What you been up to? What you been getting up to these days? But yeah, Couch Tracks, we appreciate you allowing us to listen to the track online before the big competition, allowing us to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. A little more in depth, so I appreciate everyone else's patience as we like really dive headfirst into it. Again, just an example of the time we can dedicate to your songs. So always happy to do so for y'all, because someone's just got to do it. You know what I mean? Someone's just got to listen to the song and tell you what we think. And I can promise you that it's always going to be an honest opinion. That's for guaranteed. Even if it's the way the genre works. I don't give a fuck. As many will know. But either way, thank you, Couch Tracks, for trusting us with your track, for trusting us with your time, as well as it's been a minute since we've been trying to set this up. Thank you for trusting us, Couch Tracks. Worthy subscriber gift there, Beignet. We appreciate you for doing so. Thank you for trusting us. We appreciate you, Couch Tracks. We're going to be moving on here, folks. Stick around, Couch Tracks, as you might not be going through a particularly busy workday as I hear is possible. DJ Beignet, no more ads for Couch for a month. That is good. That is excellent, even, I would say. Sonic Beats is up next. It is your turn, as you did pay to skip the queue, and that privilege is yours. Appreciate you again supporting the stream in the way that you do. That is why we were pulling up your track now. So let's kill. How have you guys been while I do that? How's the early holiday season been treating you guys? Me, it's been not so bad. We do our like annual sort of wait until Black Friday to order all of the things that we like, so that we can actually afford that and life. So we finally ordered the one time of year we do our Nespresso coffee order. So we got like six tubes of just good coffee, like decent coffee. Made some pizzas yesterday, like homemade dough fermented in the fridge for 2 days kind of pizza. When I make pizza, I don't fuck around. So it's got some good leftovers out of that shit. It was pretty tight. It was pretty tight pizzas. The dough turned out really well this time, so I'm happy about that. Kim Fan, thank you for joining the queue. Appreciate that. Couch Tracks, love You'll pay the sub forward when you get home. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. You can pay the sub forward whenever you wish. We appreciate you supporting the stream in the way that you choose to, which is always honorable. So thank you for being a friend. Love Thanksgiving, hate Christmas. I know what you mean. Christmas for me is not like, family expects so much in my particular predicament in which I find myself. My family expects so much of like me as a person, and like just to like, if they had it their way, they would have me drive like 50 miles in a day from one side of the family to the other in the same day, eat like a crazy ass lunch one place and then a crazy ass dinner in another place, and then roll back home at like 11 p.m. after having been literally across the island of Montreal and beyond in the span of like 9 hours. Just unreasonable. I gotta split my time between two families. This is what a child of divorce feels like. So much for me taking it easy today. Y'all get me riled up. All right, Sonics, we got your track here. It's pulled up. It's been pulled up for just a second. Do you know how many are in queue? Tip, if you say a high number, I'm a skip. Lol. I don't know what a high number means for you, Jay Bish, but you are 6th out of 8th. So if you want to skip, you can do so. You will have, however, given that Beignet is our number one gift subscriber right now, he does technically get, after Sonics, the next place. So if you do want to skip, you'll be coming in 3rd in the queue. So you'll save yourself 3 full places, which will cut down your wait significantly. Although we won't be doing as crazy of an in-depth review as Couch Tracks is necessarily at this moment. We will, however... And there it is! J-Bish, not waiting. So you'll be coming in right after Beignet, who is our top gifter this week. I have 2 baby moms. I got 3 family splits. Listen, dude, you get your... Whoa! I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. You do you. Thank you for supporting the stream in the way you do. And we will absolutely honor that. So you are 3rd in line as of now. Thank you. Appreciate it. But for now, we will go to Sonic Beats, this extremely convoluted title, 211.2024_20.export_20.1_B minor_84. So I'm assuming this is a track in B minor at 84 BPM, exported on, I don't even, there's a date in there somewhere, but I'm not going to try and decipher that. We will just listen to 211.2_. Hey, man. If you think that's an insult, look at my username, studio_Mike_. I'm down with the underscores. The underscores don't get... They are the underdogs of the symbols on your keyboard, literally. So they don't get enough love. Here we go. 211.2_. By Sonics Beats. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this and tell you what we think. Here we go. You bring in the French horns in there. You bring in the horns for the new section. I was about to say different chords, textures, arps as well. I'm going to just write that down and we'll talk about it. But good. So this is a decent instrumental, without lies. It feels nice. It flows and it still has a story being told in a way. I do have my notes here. Let's see what you guys are thinking here. We got Benyet accompaniment / strings in the background sound a little too far back for me, and overall sounds like there could be a lot more color. Open up the low pass a bit more. When the main melody line isn't playing, intro, horns, trumpets decay a little too sharply. Okay, Benyet, as the entity that is this beat that exists in its own way now, I think I agree with you. However, as a song that is going to be destined for vocals, I want to be careful when giving advice of that nature. I zoomed out too far. There. I want to be careful with giving advice for that nature. Well, Benyet, we don't know that there's vocals planned. I don't know that. But I'm assuming, given that there are barely any lead elements in this track, Sonics, I'm assuming this is destined for vocals. Specifically, I would be willing to bet you're looking for a male vocalist for this song, if I'm predicting correctly. Sonics, give us some insight here in the chat. Yeah, vocals planned, and I would specifically look for male vocals for a song like this for several reasons. Well, for one main reason, a lot of the textures that you do have a lot of high mids, and a female vocalist who is also sort of in those in that range will be dominated by those textures that you have. Male rap vocals, I think. You might even get something like like sort of an Eminem chorus or something like that, like something low and humming kind of singing for the chorus sections. Might be something you would look into. But this is what I thought. Benyet. Let's look through a couple of my notes that I have. So already, the fact that it's male vocals is going to help you with my first note. But since a lot of these elements in this song have high mids present, a lot of the strings, a lot of the hi-hats, a lot of the even the snare, the snare itself is very high mids, a lot of high mids. Even male vocals, like the high mids that exist still in the male vocals, though lesser than a female, it'll be masked a little bit. So you're going to probably want to sidechain your strings at least. Let's start with the strings and see if we need anything else. But the strings at least, maybe even your hi-hat. You're going to want to sidechain those to the vocals so that it just offers a little bit of high mid relief so that your vocals do still maintain their crispness without being stepped on, and it's not perceivably less loud, those strings. There's just a little tiny bit of room made for them every time the vocals like like it's flexing with the vocals to leave that high mid space. You might need to do so to do so for the low mids as well to a certain extent, but I don't think you'll have nearly as much of a problem making low mid vocals sit in this mix. The high mids are going to be a bit of a challenge, so just keep that in mind. You might need to multi-band and sidechain some of your instrumental things to your vocals. There are some odd loud notes every now and then. Maybe I'm the only one to notice it. I think it started here. That one, the root note, the B. It's the B, right? Yeah, the B. The root note is super duper loud, that one note. You got to bring that way back in the mix. It doesn't have to be that loud. It's already, I know that it's playing notes that you're already using in your string melody. I know that's your call. But then change a note or like change an octave. I don't know. Just make it less loud. I think that's fine. The texture might be, you might need something a little more like plucky clunk, like more of a clunk attack to it than a bum, bum, or clunk. Like it's in my head, it makes sense. All right. You might need a plucking sort of attack rather than a sort of just a very flat attack there. And that might mean you're changing textures altogether for those like lead notes. I like the interruptions. I like those little notes that are like sprinkles, almost sparkles in your track. I like them, but they're too loud, and I don't think that the texture is doing you any favors. Let's see. The left and right hats that you do, it's like back and forth sweeping between the left and the center, if I'm not mistaken. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. It's original, and it maintains a subtle motion in your track while not necessarily changing a whole lot. I wouldn't do that throughout, though. I think you're doing it throughout. I would pick my moments. Number one, I would pick my moments with that. Number two, I would change sides. So that you have more moments to pick from, so you can keep it center for moments that are impactful, spread it out left and right for moments that are just accents, and then drift between left, and then left, and then left, and then go right, and then right. You know what I mean? Like you're leaving yourself a lot more tools with which to work, so that your track feels like it's a living being, like it's moving. This is already feeling very nice and movie. I think you have more maneuvering space to do something interesting with here. And the last thing, just based on what I noticed, you were switching up the textures a little bit, which is good. Not that much. You add a little bit of French horn, and that's about the thing. And that's pretty much the only thing. I would personally introduce those French horn textures as like teasers in the various parts of your other moments. Just like showing like, oh yeah, there's gonna be some French horn. Oh yeah, there's gonna be some French horn. And then lean into the French horn. Also arpeggios. Arpeggios are an easy way to like break up your song and like make it feel a little bit more, again, not static. And with strings, string arpeggios are brilliant. Why? Because they do attract some attention to themselves, but they are also still strings, which means that they can sit in the background sufficiently. So they occupy this wonderful pocket in our ears where there's something interesting musically that's happening, but it's not distracting to an extreme as maybe synths or other things would be. So like some accentuated staccatos or spiccatos, that's an ultimate really set up tool. And then you go from the you could go straight up to another way, another dimension to open it up. Just an idea, but I think it's a good idea. And I think it's one that your track could benefit from. Wrong screen. That said, I believe that is all I have to say about your track here, Sonics. Good job. It's nice. It's clean. And your drums are really popping for the moments that they're there. You're gonna want to look out that they don't pop too much over your lead tracks, but they still gotta cut through a little bit, right? So your bass sounds in the right place. There's some odd notes that are popping out that need to be fixed. You need to be keeping your vocals in mind with the strings. Again, high mids are a fierce competition amongst musical elements. Be sure you put the right forces in the right places. Can you tell I've been playing a lot of Civ 6? And add some more interesting elements like melodies and arpeggios throughout, growing more and more in intensity, I think, as you go through the song. And drop some hints about your French horns earlier on in the song. I think it'll make us feel like, oh, good, they're coming. And then when they arrive, we're like, triumphant. But that's about it. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Critique, I guess. No, that's criticism. It's the same word, same root word. Sonic Beats also, Sonics, should also say Sonics, not Sonics, not Sonic. Although that game's dope. Sonic's dope. Sonic's also providing a little support to the stream in the manner of a skip. We appreciate you for doing so. So thank you for supporting the stream in the way you do, and thank you for trusting us with your track. Yeah, I got you. These are some good ideas. Thanks for your feedback, man. Hey, I'm here for you, dude. And thank you for supporting that stream once more. Be sure to stick around, Sonics. You might have some good ideas that are coming from your songs or your background as we move on to the next person in the queue, which is DJ Beignet, our top gifter for this, I'd say first third of December. Jesus. See, this is what happens, Galactic, if you're still here. This is what happens when I don't get sleep, is the words, they don't just come. The wrong ones come first. Wrong syllables come first. Sometimes the right words come, but the wrong syllables. This is just the process with which I live. Drink your water, folks. Hydrate. Be sure to not miss out on an experience that is called hydration. All right. So, Beignet, we got a 6-minute track here. I'll give you 3, as you are a subscriber. For those who don't know, subscribers get 1 extra minute of listen for every tier that they subscribe. With special exceptions being made sometimes for tier 3 subscribers who are all about getting their long songs played and listened to to completion. So, yeah. Mostly focus on the mix and feel of the track as I'm trying to figure out new workflow, but any other feedback is fine as well, though. So, mix and feel. Got it. So, mix and feel. I'm going to, literally write that down so that I don't forget. Let's listen to the mix. Let's listen to the feel. Now, is there somewhere you'd prefer that I start for this 6-minute and 16-second behemoth that is your song? Can just start at the intro. Very well. We will listen to approximately half of this track and tell you what we think of it. So here we go, folks. ILC by DJ Beignet. And thank you for, as always, supporting the stream in the way you do. Let's listen and talk after. that's about far more than halfway in this song. I definitely have notes. My facial expressions got you laughing. That's good to know. I'm sorry if my facial expressions betrayed my opinion or betrayed my my willingness to not divulge my opinion prematurely, but here we are. Let's see here. So it's in D or something like that. There's a reason I said the mix and feel. So yeah, we're going to talk about the feel. I had an idea specifically. I'm going to jump to it so that we get it out of the way because I had the idea and it's just like I want to pick up the bass and I just want to put it down. I don't want to be jumping back and forth between it. So here we go. I might be out of tune here. Okay, so yeah, we got this riff, right? Yeah, introduce the trichord. No. So yeah. Bialy Toja. I don't know. Bialy Toja. Thank you for following the stream, supporting it in the way you do, and thanks for joining us today. Okay. So the first thing I had was the idea that the bass switch between a couple of different riff combinations. Make it a loop, but make it a loop that switches up a little bit. Maybe something like... Go low on the octave is my point on that failed landing. Okay, so yeah, it needs to be a longer phrase for how long the sections are. Which brings me to my next point. Speaking of section length. Jesus Christ. I put my snare on mute, put my bass on mute, and it triggered the snare sample. Fucking hell. That was loud. I guess I'm just gonna have to automate the volume. Jesus Christ. Let's just put that muted there. So, Mike got shot. I'm United Healthcare CEO. Oh no, shoot me. Anyways, that was my one. That was my one for the day. I promise. No more controversy. I promise. That was my one I get for the stream. Okay. The momentum, the feel, the idea of your song and the way it progresses through. That might be the facial expressions that you were seeing. So I think, personally, you could have arrived at the point much faster. I think your loops drag. I think your whole feel of this song could be shortened to, I'm inclined to say half the length. Genuinely, like I think this could be a story expressed in 3 minutes. But I would understand if it was 4. I would understand if it was dropped down to 4, because you want to feel it a little bit more dragged out than that. Not that there is a right or wrong time for the duration of your song, but I think that the elements of storytelling that you are implicating into your project don't need to exist in such a long and drawn out format. There are some that could come back a little faster. Bass, I understand if you're introducing multiple riffs, you're taking your time, but by the time you're introducing the second new thing, so the third bass phrase that you would introduce, you're already introducing a new phrase from another instrument, or like you're introducing another layer. My point is that the layering can occur a little quicker, if I'm being honest with you. The momentum, I wrote the momentum slow in the intro, and then it ended up being basically the whole time I was listening was like, we could have gotten here faster. There's a weird popping sound here in the intro as well, I believe. Three, four. On the four of every beat, there's a weird pop. I don't know if that's the bass harmonic that you're like. It sounds like you're. Oh no, I'm not gonna put you guys through another snare shot and United Healthcare gunshot. It's probably the. It sounds cool with the kick groove. It just sounds like something was overlooked in the mix. It sounds like it's the only thing that's popping out, and it's on the four, and there's nothing else that complements it. It's standing out like a bit of a sore thumb, in my opinion. Yes, it's cool if it was accompanied with other rhythmic elements as well. But if I'm not mistaken, that's what a bass sounds like when you pinch the harmonic. There's so much low mid in the string itself that it just gets through, but it's so quick that it almost feels like a drum transient. So that's a bass that's a bass pinch harmonic for sure. I would fix it for the parts where there's no other rhythmic groove, maybe putting in some shaker or something like that, something rhythmic, something. I don't know what it's gonna be, but something. So that's one thing. Possible different bass we've already talked about. Lead elements. Let's get into the parts where your track already drops. See there, when the kick groove, I agree that it sounds pretty dope. It sounds like a softer kick that's kind of just coming in every now and then. It's pretty dope. No, this is not the part I was talking about. So at this point, something has to change. At this point here, like when we're getting into this, we are going to need either a new lead element, a chord progression, another octave, something, maybe a combination of all of those things, honestly. We need something new. We need your song to evolve, not just in terms of layers and loops, but in terms of something that is feeling like a better version or a more thought through version of itself. So solos, jazz guitar would be my like instinct for me, because I think guitar. As a matter of fact, let me see if there's something that kind of makes this feel a little bit more fresh. It's just improvising, right? It's just a thought. It's just like an experiment. It's jamming over something that has a repetitive chord progression. but just adding a breath of like improvisational light into it, Beignet. So if you think about it, if you're like looping this live, if you're thinking about this on a live perspective, you throw on all your loops, you put it on, you let the loops play, and then you pick up an instrument that you can actually play, or a keyboard, a synth, whatever the fuck, improvising over it to give it more of a natural, this is an actual human behind this, and not like just a series of loops that were arranged one on top of the other. And if you're going to if you can't play something yourself, find yourself a loop that does this, that accomplishes this, that breaks the repetitivity, that breaks the monotony of loop after loop after loop, just layering themselves one on top of the other. At some point you take some away, congratulations. But like, we need a little bit less, square, a little more triangle. I don't know if that makes any sense. A little less square, a little more wave. You know what I mean? Like, we need something a little less straight. Not like sexual orientation straight, but like a little less... you know what I mean. You know what I mean. A little less... the French word is carré, which literally means square. But like... It doesn't have the same implications in French. It's just like, it just feels very boxed into a particular zone and like eager to break free. So yeah, we're going to need some new synths. We're going to need some new leads, some new loops, something by this point should have exploded. And again, Beignet, when I say this point, I probably mean that by your finished reduction of this song, it should probably be closer to 2 minutes than 3.5 when your song is really evolving into something new. Like by the halfway point, we should be hearing something that it just makes us think, oh, this is a journey. We're not done yet. Whereas with this, we just feel like, oh, okay, it's just more of the same. So yeah. All the arrangement and everything was done kind of just live looping and controlling parameters and stuff. So still figuring all that out, but super useful in helping me figure out the workflow and whatnot. Yeah, so this is, I guess, like a good practice track is what I would qualify it as, in that you're like really kind of experimenting with stacking and arranging. I have a few songs like that, if I'm, if I may be so bold to show you some of the projects that I've worked in similar ways. There's one, as a matter of fact. Let me see if I could find something that it became exactly what it is now, in the same fashion, basically. Let me see if I could find it. I don't know where it is. Yeah. Absolutely, found it. And I did the same process as you. I just put loops in order, and then I like changed it up so that it felt a little bit more breathy, a little bit more like alive. I'm going to show you an example of it so that you can see how the loops begin, and then how the loops like sort of they become something else with the layers that I add. It's not just about adding layers, it's about adding movement. And this is what I'll show you right now. I have this whole project pulled up here. And what we're going to do is we're going to just go through it real quick. Just watch the way the layers unfold. So, yeah. So this is my point here. There's a lot of movement in this song. Like, there's a lot of movement. And it's not changing chord progressions. Similar to You. There's no chord progression changes yet. I don't even know if I did any. Hold on, actually. Let me just check something, because I have not listened to this in the song. I designed this for a video that my girlfriend was making of her baking videos. Let me just hear something. I think I changed any of the chord progression. Hold on, let me just make sure here. No, I didn't change much. This was supposed to be background music. This is really what it was intended as. It was supposed to be like really something that does fill space. I'm not going to save it because I like the way it sounded as it was. Something that was supposed to fill space, but was also supposed to, create a vibe of like the journey along which we travel, the roads down which we travel. That was the idea behind that song. And like, you get it, right? Like, I didn't change chords. I didn't change like a BPM or a time signature or key. But what I did change was the feel. The arpeggios came in, they came out. Different arpeggios, slowed down arpeggios, sped up arpeggios, octaved arpeggios, wobble layers that add themselves onto the sidechain pulsing. All of these layers that add movement, take movement away strategically. Your song should be, I always say this, the shape of your song, whether it be in volume, interest, or energy. Like, energy and volume, I guess, is arguably in the same category. But like, in terms of energy or interest, your song should never stay flat. It should always be evolving over time. And the thing about it is that what yours doing is just basically evolving it very linearly. And then like kind of like bringing it down and then like evolving it. What we need breath. We need life to be breathed into your experience. So like, life is never just smooth increase and then like a plateau. Everything is waves. Everything is like pendulums. So like, give us some energy, give us some more, keep pushing, and like that wave, this shape that I keep emphasizing with my hands and with my body, this wave that you create. It could be to the rhythm of 130. Wah, 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 wah. You could, but there should be this going on, and it should be creating a shape that gets bigger and bigger over time in your song. And it shouldn't take 6 minutes for you to accomplish the mission that you've set yourself in this particular track. With no judgment, judgment, yes, but like with no malicious intent in saying those words. Just an intent on improving the song. Here's Walking on a Dream lyrics on top of this. I'm going to have to listen to Walking on a Dream again and see if that makes any sense, but I'm sure it does. Definitely get what you mean now. Also, seeing it helps a lot. Appreciate you showing the project. My pleasure. I'm going to actually export that one. I kind of like that song and I don't listen to it very often. So I'm going to export it. I'm going to put it into the lineup of the songs that I play on the intro and the outros. So it's mostly just textures being added and then like manipulating those textures layers. I see that. But like, this is my point here, Benya. I'm excited for you because what you're doing resulted, like that process, what you're doing resulted in something like what I created there, which I'm very happy with in its shape. Maybe not in its mix, it needs some work on that, a little compressed throughout. But its shape, its arrangement, and its songwriting, I'm excited for you because if you tune your work properly, you could achieve the similar result as that. In 4 minutes or less, you could achieve something that good with the similar formula as the way you start. But then it's just a way to like trim down and juice it and make every moment count. In our songs, every second counts for the listener. The listener, every second that they are investing into your song, it's like, wow, thank you. We are appreciative of it. No one gives a fuck about sound, so every moment that someone does, you got to really reward them. Is I guess my point here. I was saying what you were doing to add movement in your track and whatnot. Yeah, I understand that. That's what I was referring to as well. In that moment, I guess. But thank you either way, DJ Benya, for allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you having you out, being our top gifter, first stream of the month. So obviously we're starting low, but we appreciate you either way. For some reason I read it as towards mine. Oh yeah. No, yeah. That's what I figured. That's where I figured the confusion was coming from. Either way, thank you, DJ Beignet, for trusting us with your track. Be sure to stick around as we move on to our second skip of the day, which is J-Bish. You might have some things to say, Beignet, about J-Bish's track, which we will be listening to. Thank you again, J-Bish, for supporting the stream in the way that you do. We reward that with you not having to wait in line so you can get back to your life. It's as close as I'm coming to that. Once again, thanks, Beignet. Here we go with a fantasy produced by Gaxilic. Don't know who that is, but it's J-Bish on the vocals, I believe. If I do recall correctly, J-Bish, that's your role in general. Want feedback on general mix and vibe of song. Never really tried this genre at all. This is my first time trying layers on a song. So let's go. Let's listen to pretty much the entire song. Mostly the entire song. RB and soul track. Let's listen to Fantasy by J-Bish.
I just speaking loud. It's like you love putting me down. It's alright, baby. You a fantasy, the picture I painted. There ain't no starting fresh. I've been under trying in my head, but baby, I'm going crazy. Cause now I see how it is on the other side. Now I lost inside my heart without you. I've been so deep up in that water. I've been sinking and drowning without you. Love you have temptations. All in my head when I'm thinking. Just you, dying from this drinking. Yeah, I've been at my lowest point because I'm slowly falling off the side. You just watch it while I fall. I see it with my eyes. 4 a.m. Where you at? You say your phone died. Inside I die. You left me here and you left me in the dark and I just wind up. I don't got no clue where you are. I just wanna follow my heart. But I'm the last man standing, already died. I'm not being traumatized. We had the tightest night, baby, with you we cut the ties. I've been off these drugs, I can't lie. I've been doing the hardest shit I can get my hands on. And I ain't even trying to blame no one else for the way I'm back. I'm used to getting tear right down from everyone around. Don't go to talk, I just speaking loud. It's like you love putting me down, but it's alright, baby. You a fantasy, the picture I painted. There ain't no starting fresh. I've been under trying in my head, but baby, I'm going crazy cause you made me.
Okay, cool. First thing I'm going to say is that your main melody throughout is pretty. It's got some shape to it. It goes up and down the scale. Not much. You're kind of sticking to the 5 to 7 note typical pop chord progression. You're not really going higher or lower. So let's start there. Let us continue by talking about the rest of your vocals, your ad-libs, your delays of your vocals. Okay, so first things first. J-Bish, turn your delays off. Turn the vocal delays off. Just turn them off. Put them on less than you have them on. Pick the moments. The delays are confusing my brain. They were confusing my soul. So yes, we call it in the industry reverb and delay throw-ons, not throw-offs. Like there's a difference. You throw them on when the moment is emphasized and you have like a nice little empty pocket where you would want some reminiscence of your lead element to be in there. But you don't necessarily want to put in ad-libs. You put in ad-libs when you don't need your delay there because your ad-libs are filling in the space. You don't do both. You do both at the last chorus, at the last part of the last songs when everything is evolved to its maximum state, having ad-libs and your lead vocals and some delay. Okay, there's an argument for it, but even then it has to be dosed carefully and measured correctly. Otherwise it becomes a cloud. So there you go. Now you're right. I know exactly what you're talking about. Cool. So your ad-libs and your delays are a similar tool in your tool belt. So you got to kind of use them, not together, but choose the moments that they should appear. Which leads me to my next point. J-Bish. Pick your ad-lib moments. Pick them. They don't need to be on the whole time. You don't need to have the whole time. You don't need that. No one needs that. No one! So, I understand you wanting to have vocals everywhere, everything, all at once, all the time. I understand. But, incorrect! Wrong! If anybody watches It's Always Sunny, shout me out in the chat. Come on. No, it's not that it's not nice, J-Bish. The idea is nice. The moments that you pick, when you pick the right ones and you don't overdo it, it is nice. It's not only nice, it's impactful. Those ad-libs really bring out the emotion. You are correct that when it's everywhere, it's cluttered. But more than that, it's just another texture in your song that you could very well be taking the same frequencies and placing them otherwhere in other instruments and other things. Now you're just a singer, or like you're a vocalist, I should say, and you have the instincts to put vocals everywhere. Hold that back, because the more sparing your vocals are, the more that they are appreciated when they do come in. So yeah. The next thing I'm going to tell you is it's a mixing error. Your vocals are too high mid. And I'm not going to yell at you for this because this is a pretty easy fix, and it's not like it's something that you're gonna need to fix at some point, but it's not like you're making an artistically wrong choice. Yeah, the vocals are very high midi. You're not getting a lot of the low mid vocals when you get the cough, is what it's called, like that low, the sound from like the bottom of your chin to the middle of your chest, the cough. Low mids that are present generally from like 170, 160 hertz up until 300-400 hertz. You're going to want to emphasize the vocals there. Your high pass is way too high. It's probably riding up around 400 or 500 right now. Give your vocal, your main vocal, especially your main vocal, your ad-lib, we can talk about it, but your main vocal, bring that high pass down to like 200 or lower or a little higher, depends how it sits in the mix. You got to dial it in correctly for your song. But I'm saying probably between 200 and 260 is going to be the place where you want your high pass to be. No higher. It'll take life away from your vocals. Your ad-libs, you're going to want to do something similar, but probably not as much. Like you could probably hover around 300-400, most likely. Again, it'll depend on your mix. And that's really what you got to focus on for this song. Like you got to turn the delay plugin off. Put the delay down, sir. And put the ad-libs down, sir. Think of it again. I described this phenomenon in the last song that we were talking about. Your song should increase in energy and interest, preferably both, energy and or interest over time, over the course of your song. And over the 2 minutes and 23 seconds that your song takes, your vocals are all in from start to finish. Build your shit. Give us a reason to want all of those vocals to happen. And if you manage to pull that off, if by the end of the song I'm hearing delays on, ad-libs on, and the lead vocals still singing, and I'm like, this is awesome, it's so big, it's so grandiose, it's because it's not that you managed to pull it off, it's that you have built your song over time, the correct anticipation has been established, so that by the time I get to the last chorus, I'm like, this is satisfying. That's what we need. We need more satisfaction from your song, and less instant gratification. Delay the reward, and then reward us without delay. Okay, I'm done on the jokes there. But either way, J-Bish, I see what you're saying here. I know what you're saying. Got it jotted. Gonna go into it right after this. I'll pull it off, and you're gonna shit yourself and put it on the playlist. That remains to be seen, J-Bish. We will see if you can hold up to that level of excellence. I challenge anyone to do the same. And if you impress me enough with a song, sure, I'll put you on my my intro and outro playlist. If you impress me enough. And also, there's a month where I do that. I just play your music instead of mine. So, like, there's going to be an opportunity for you to do that. But try and do it before that month. Yeah. It'll be a challenge indeed. That said, J-Bish, thank you for, first of all, skipping the queue, supporting the stream. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. You have the ideas for what the vocals should, in theory, be. Now you need the execution perfected. Otherwise, it's too much. Nope, thank you. Best $5 ever. Well, I appreciate that very, very much. Either way, thank you, J-Bish, for trusting us with your track. Either way. Stick around as we are going to go to Galactic Neoblade, a recurring viewer as well, someone who's been with us a couple of times. We're going to wait for you, Galactic, to submit your song. O'Dane, how do I link my song? These are some pretty good starting points for you. Type feedback, comment. Spacewalker, thank you for supporting the stream and following us. Appreciate that. When's your next stream? Good question. Next week, most likely. It may not be Tuesday, just because I think I have a gig booked on Tuesday of some kind. So it may not be Tuesday, but it's going to be most likely next week. Most likely. So yeah. Galactic Neoblade, are you with us right now? Galactic Neoblade, I'm going to tag them because they are usually with us. Oh, I didn't spell galactic right. I wrote galactic. How's it going, brother? I'm not too bad. And yourself? How you been? Well, not been, but like you are first time to the chat. How are you? Okay, it'll be done by then. All right, J-Bish. I like someone who sets themselves a challenge. Go hard, man. It'll be done by tonight, and I'm gonna spam your cord DM with new link. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Please don't do that. Yeah. Either way, thank you, J-Bish. We appreciate you. Galactic Neoblade, this is your final warning. As we are moving on down the line, we are going to skip you if you are not with us in not long. Probably not very long. Not too bad. Also glad to hear. Thank you. That's very kind of you. What do you think, guys? Should I crack a beer? Should I crack a beer this evening? I'm gonna crack a beer. I had enough coffee. I don't feel like any more coffee, even though the Nespresso is delicious. I'm gonna crack a beer. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Galactic Neoblade is not with us at this time, so unfortunately, rip. But we are going to move on down the line to the next person in the line, which is Queenie. Queenie! As I crack a beer, Queenie, give me your link. Bring me your link! All right. Got our beer. Prost. Salud, as they say in my people's country. Even though it's salute, technically. Queenie, dude. A lot of people bailed. I guess we're going to be moving on down the line a little bit faster than we thought here, folks. And that's fine. Honestly, that's kind of fine. I'm kind of tired these days. I could do with a nice quicken. So let's blast past here. I mean, Queenie, I'm sorry, you got to be here to get it. We got to keep moving. I'll give you another 15 seconds. Just to see if you're not hearing me. Queenie! Queenie, can you hear me? All right, that's enough. Next. Bathtub Galaxy. We got a lot of space references here tonight, y'all. We had Galactic Neoblade. We got Bathtub Galaxy. We got Spacewalker music. We got a bunch of spacists. I like space as well. I like getting spacey, if you feel me. Yo, those who feel me, hit me up in the chat right now. Come on. Those who feel me. Wow. Bathtub Galaxy also ditching. That is unfortunate for all of y'all. Bathtub Galaxy, you're with us, though. You're with us in the chat, in theory. I'm going to tag you one more time. I'll submit in a sec if that's cool. I mean, why don't you jump into the queue first, Spacewalker music? We've got a queue here. Since you're new to the stream, just so you know how it works, I'm going to just pop on my screen a little bit real quick so you can see very soon if we find someone who actually shows up for their goddamn review. Less Than Perfect DJ, a person who rated my stream now twice, if I'm not mistaken. Appreciate you being with us, having supported the stream in the way that you do. Now, no hard feelings if you're not with us here, Less Than Perfect DJ. Even though the chat says that you are here, but it would be a shame if you weren't after having supported the stream. Oh, you are there! Yay! All right. That's good to know. That's good to hear. I'm happy that you stuck around. I'm happy. We're gonna be able to actually listen to your song and talk about it. I'm glad for that. We're pulling it up as we speak, by the way. Forgive my 12-year-old computer, soon to be 13. We used to have this meter down here in the corner. Donate to the Mike Smack is about to give out fund. And it didn't work. No one gives a fuck. All right. So we have this song here, Power Move, 150 BPM in E minor, the songwriter's chord, or is it E major? I don't know. It's E. It's the open guitar tuning. It's the songwriter's chord. So as I was mentioning, Space Walker, you see that there's now a cue below my torso here, just down there. That's the cue. And you're fourth. O'Dane with pulling up the third position and also following us. We appreciate you supporting the stream. Kim Fan second. And right now, Less Than Perfect DJ, Power Move. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this song, and we are going to talk about it immediately thereafter. So let's go. Less Than Perfect Power Move. All right, that was pretty crazy. I like it a lot. I'll start by saying that. The sound design is pretty cool, very juicy drop. The structure feels very understood. It's very like easy to, okay, here's what we're doing, here's the sounds, here's what I have to offer you, let's go. And we were into it real quick, and we got into the drop. It felt like on a quick scale. Like everything feels well expedited and not a second wasted. Well, maybe not that many seconds wasted, I will say. So first things first, let's talk about some volume contrasts. Volume! So your drop is, first of all, quite loud. I think it's probably ringing in around -6 or -5 LUFS, if I'm estimating correctly here. So that's a decent volume. That's my threshold for discomfort personally. Is -5 LUFS at when my potentiometer is at noon, which is like 50% capacity. -5 LUFS is my threshold for discomfort. So as soon as we start scratching -5, I'm like, it doesn't need to be that loud. You'd be just as benefited having it at -7 at the loudest point. And I think personally, if you're not going to make your quieter sections louder to compete with that section, then you really should bring your drop down to like a -7 LUFS. Because it's not doing you any favors to have so much volume contrast between these two sections. The shock value, once that's dispersed, we're just like, I just have to change the volume on my phone or on my audio card. Like it just makes me work for your song. Bottom line, that's not a move, in my opinion. So I think your drop's loud. -7 would be plenty, I think. Or bring your softer sections up. If you really must have -5 as your loudest point as your drop, if you must compete in the stupid loudness wars, bring the rest up to contrast properly. So you hear me, so that's good. Let's just talk about these wubs here. I think it was here. So like the volume contrast with those, I know you're probably trying to preview us that it's gonna get louder in the later sections. Just watch out, as it is standing out a bit sore thumb-like in a way. So I think it's something to just keep in mind, those wubs in specific. Let's see. Then we have some pretty hollow moments here. Although honestly, yeah, I like your hollow moments. I think that they give us a little bit of the contrast that we are asking for and that we need for this song. Let's see. I do have a note here about your drop. Your drop was dope. That's my first note. My note that I actually needed to write down to remember, however, is different. Let's listen to the drop real quick. yes, I think I'm confirmed with my confirmed on my advice here. So I think halfway through this drop, you're gonna need some hi-hats. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna play with it, and you'll tell me what you think. And then I think the other way you're gonna need ride. Let me show you what I'm thinking. I didn't turn on my drum camera, so I'm kind of dumb. So please stand by. An English message will follow as I do the thing that I'm supposed to do before I start streaming. But let me tell you let me show you what I feel might be good for this section here. My drum cam's not working well right now. I don't think. Let's see. Nope, you're gonna just have to deal with me being not in the chair and just take my word for it that it's me playing. That's all. Let me just turn these mics up. It'll sound kind of weird probably. Let's see how this sounds.
Infinite power. Power.
I don't know how that sounded because I didn't have the mix of my hi-hats coming through my speakers just to prevent feedback. So I hope it helped. I don't think I have any hats in there yet. It adds so much, you're not wrong. Oh, I know. Without it, it's dope. With it, I feel like it gives me like almost a feed me kind of dubsteps throwback. If I'm recalling the name of the artist that I'm thinking of. We need some of that juice. Now, dial it in carefully because I think too much hi-hats and too much ride volume is going to detract from your song. So dial it in correctly and just carefully. But you should have patterns like that, like dope ass hi-hat and ride patterns for sure. For sure. Like without question. That would be my opinion. So I believe that's... Oh, right. The last note that I have, which is more of a technical thing to adjust, really. It's very easy. Let's go through it here. Power. Cool. It's loud. Turn it down. And that's for all the instances where that vocal sample comes in. I understand its purpose. I understand the purpose that you're trying to really pierce the veil, as it were. Too much. Too far. Yeah, you need a little less. So let's turn that down, shall we? Let's just hear your last drop just to hear how it sounds. Cool. So yeah, you change it up a little bit. That's cool. So that's cool. I think so. I think it's cool. But yeah, power loudness is meh. Fix it. There's not much more to say about than that. Don't mean to order you around or anything. So or am I bright today? There, that's a little better, right? What do you guys like? You like that better or do you like this better? A or B? You see my zit more with B, so I'm gonna say you see my zit more with B. So yeah. Less is more, my friend. Wrong, says Kim Fan. Okay, I'm curious to hear your opinion on that, Kim Fang, because I think not adding is a far more difficult and far more skillful thing to do than adding, personally. So I tend to agree with Spacewalker. I'm curious as to hear why you think that's wrong. Thank you for the feedback. I gotta go get the kids from school. Have a good one. Get the kids from school, pick them up, bring them home, get some dinner, get some rest, and go back to work and do it all over tomorrow. Some people really like that, really dig that. For now, either way, thank you. Less Than Perfect DJ for, first of all, rating the stream again. We appreciate you doing that every time. Thank you for allowing us to listen to your track online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's appreciated. Everything that you bring to the table is appreciated, and music included. We had some good times listening to your music. It was like decent and chunky and good storytelling. I liked it. So thank you, Less Than Perfect DJ, once more for trusting us with your track. Folks, we're moving on. Down the line, we got Kim Fan next, who I know for a fact is with us, as you've expressed a contradictory opinion about something, and then refused to elaborate. Kim Fan, what is wrong, first of all? Second of all, first of all, your link. Second of all, what is wrong? I'm curious. You know, we engage in discourse here. We are able to. But Kim Fan, not a YouTube link, a SoundCloud link. Look, I will show you where it says that in the instructions. Please type join in the chat and have your SoundCloud link ready. But don't submit it, which you did everything else amazingly. We just need a SoundCloud link. No, I missed my turn. Yes, unfortunately, Queenie, we skipped a few people who decided to dip out during their turns, and that is rather unfortunate because that is the case. No problems, you could take mine. Or Kim Fan, I could put you as next in the queue. And you could, in the meantime, while we listen to someone else's track, you can very well create an easy-to-create SoundCloud account and upload it for free, if you wish. And I could just put you as next in the queue, which would, of course, make O'Dane next. How do you feel about that, Kim Fan? Would you want to try uploading it to SoundCloud, or do you not want to try? Do or do not. There is no try. A wise, short, green creature once said. I don't even know Yoda's race. That is... I would be embarrassed by it if I wasn't a nerd on so many other things in my life. But I've just never been a Star Wars nerd. I respect the world building, but someone's going to have to fight me to tell me that the movies are actually any good. Because they're not. None of them. Originals... prequels or sequels. There's not one good movie. Like storytelling, like that is one thing, but like acting wise, and like cinematography, they're not that good. And someone's gonna have to fight me because like the only argument that I've heard is nostalgia for this particular series and movies. So yeah. Sorry. Last time I was here, it worked, so I figured. Yeah, dude, sorry, we've been having more and more problems with YouTube these days, so I apologize for that. That is, unfortunately, the issue with the copyright liberty that people have to, like, say, hey, that's my song, even if it isn't. And even if you contest it and they're like, nah, I don't care that it's not actually my song. I don't have to grant you the rights, even though it has nothing to do with anything. YouTube will allow that to happen. So I got to be careful as fuck because I re-upload to YouTube as my VOD platform. So I appreciate you understanding either way. What's the queue looking like now? I kind of dozed off during Beignet's review. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. But the queue is pretty short right now. If Kim Fan is skipping their turn, the queue looks like such. Oh, wow. Yeah, there's only two. So, Queenie, if you want to jump back in the queue, honestly, we might cover you in a couple of minutes. Might not be very long. There you go. You're back in. Don't miss it. Same thing with Spotify, right? Yes. All platforms that are like detectable on YouTube is a no. It's just a no. And also Spotify, I can't comprehend why artists continue to shoot themselves in the kneecaps by continuing to use Spotify. I don't know why we insist on cutting ourselves off at the rights, but here we are. SoundCloud. I do this for free, so can you. Odane, Know Me, produced by Cardo. Here we go. Cardo, never mind. I'm not even going to start with that. Let's go. We're going to listen to this whole thing here, Odane. We're going to listen to you, the whole thing and tell you what we think about it. So, pretty much the whole thing. Let's go and let's talk about it. Know Me by Odane.
Yeah. You been getting way too cold, bitch. I've been getting way too old. Like, I just like the way you talk. But used to care about what you thought. Bet you wanna see me fall. I don't think you need me at all. I don't think you need me at all. Bet you wanna see me fall. I don't think you need me to talk, bitch. One more reason to walk. One more reason to walk. Bitch, I bet you wanna see me fall. I don't think you need me at all. I've been getting way too cold. I've been getting way too old. I like the way you talk. Well, used to care about what you thought, bitch. I bet you wanna see me fall, bitch. I don't think you need me at all. I don't think you need me to talk. Give me one more reason to watch. I miss my dog. Put the blame on me, cause you know it's my fault. Shit stuck up in my head on default. Like, I can really sleep up till I see down. Tell me what the button that I wanna be strong. This shit, what she thought. One tell me that I gotta be strong. I don't wanna do this, now that she gone. Don't tell your shit, cause you really don't know me. Yeah, thinking I'm a bitch, real quick, come and show me. I don't need your fake look, do this shit, I'm lonely. Don't talk too much, cause I keep it on me. Only took 2 seconds, that a bitch will be on me. Yeah, talk too much, yeah, bitch, you the phony. I already know these. Yeah, pussy wanna talk on me. Yeah, bitch, wanna be on my lonely. Yeah, I don't even know that fake ass shit. Talk on me, what you really hating. Remember those days when I was waiting. Yeah, pussy, I ain't never hating. Pussy, I ain't never hating. Yeah, talk on me while I've been taking. I don't think you need me at all. Bitch, you wanna see me fall. I don't think you need me to talk, bitch. One more reason to walk. One more reason to walk. Bitch, I bet you wanna see me fall. I don't think you need me at all. I've been getting way too cold. I've been getting way too old. I like the way you talk. But used to care about what you thought, bitch. I bet you wanna see me fall, bitch. I don't think you need me at all. I don't think you need me to talk. Give me one more reason to walk.
We get the rest. It's an outro. Okay. Let's talk. First of all, I want to say, vocally speaking, you obviously have talent. You're a decent lyricist, and you have a decent skill with flow, like determining which flows fit in which sections. So that's nice. Your vocals sit nicely within the instrumental. So let's start by saying that. That's good. That's like, I guess, one of the harder parts to get well at. Now, first things first. Let's just talk. This isn't your fault, as you are not the person who produced this. I'm assuming you are not Cardo and Odane. I'm assuming Odane. But let's just make fun of someone for a second all together.
Yeah.
Ha ha! He used the producer tag. Loser. Sorry. I've expressed this opinion on every track that I've heard a producer tag on. I would rather be able to tell who produced this track through the textures, through the musical choices, through the chord progressions, through the melodies, through the mixing, mastering. I don't give a fuck. Through one of the creative elements, one of the creative tools that the producer has to identify themselves. There are so many choices to choose from. Rhythms, tags. Pharrell does the thing with the drum beat or something like that. I don't know. There are so many choices to choose from with regards to tools to identify yourself as a producer. Why must it be a stupid small little voice saying the name of the producer? Boo! Boo! So, okay, O'Dane, just to be clear, this has nothing to do with you. I just needed to go off on my little 3-second rant for a minute. So, buy your track. If you can, erase that for the better of your own track. Buy it so you can avoid having that on your track, so I can not say boo. Okay, let's start talking about your work here. First of all, I'm gonna say the same thing to you, O'Dane, as I said to Jabish. O'Dane. Turn off your delays. Turn off the vocal delays. Just turn them off. Don't think about turning them on. Turn them off. Okay, let's start. You have made your track better. Like, if you've done that already, if you're in front of your computer and you've done that, congratulations, your track is better already with no delay. You don't think it sounds empty without delay? Some moments, I'm willing to bet, will sound emptier than others without delay. I think you have delay on your entire track. Turn it off. Just turn it off. Because it's going to be less complicated to find moments that it needs it with it off than with it on all the time and figuring out where to remove it. So start, less delay. No, start with no delay. Now, without this delay on, step 2, ad-libs, rip. Doubles, rip. We have none of those for your vocals. That's unfortunate. Your vocals are decent. You should emphasize them in certain moments. So go over the track. Do some strategic doubling. Lay on a double track that you can emphasize certain words, certain phrases, certain ideas. At first, choose less, and then as the track evolves, choose more moments where you put on doubles. After you've done your doubles, then you throw on some ad-libs. So those chee, yee, woo, those little things, and then even hey, little vocal lines and melodies here to fill in those spaces. Not too much. Those really should be mostly prevalent at the last chorus and during the bridge. That's when those vocals should sound when ad-libs should be most present. Okay, so we've taken off the delay. We've added our doubles. We've added our ad-libs. Now, are there any other moments in this song that feel empty? Okay, there's where you add your delay. See where I'm getting at here? You fill in your space with substance before effects. You start with substance, then you move to the effects to fill in the rest of your space if you need it. If you need it. This is, I hear so many artists committing this error, O'Dane. It's just not correct. You don't want to cloud your own work, which is exactly what's happening, specifically in this section right over here.
Yeah, what she thought. Don't tell me that I gotta be strong. I wanna do this, now that she gone. Don't tell your shit, cause you really don't know me yet. Thinking I'm a bitch, real quick, come and show me. I don't need your flavor, do the shit on my lonely. Don't tell too much, cause I keep it on.
So much. No, incorrect. Incorrect. So yeah, that's and what's unfortunate is that you have some pretty sick flow, and I want to hear it, and I don't, because your delay and your vocals are bouncing off of each other so much that it's I don't know what syllable I should be focusing on, and it's confusing. Those moments are super crucial that you leave some cleanliness to your vocals. You make them sound a little bit less than others. Doubles, sorry, I'm new to this. What do you mean by doubles? Stackings. Doubles are stackings. Doubles meaning as in double words, crash, crash. Doesn't doubling mean recording the same thing twice and layering it? Stephen from Ohio, yes, first of all, welcome back. We appreciate you being here and lurking. Doubles are essentially you re-record exactly the same thing twice and you stack it. You stack doubles to emphasize the vocals. The way that this happens to sound after that is sort of your two vocals are chorusing against each other, and it ends up sounding bigger. There's a lot of rock music that employs this as a vocal aesthetic, as a vocal sound. But I'm saying for rap, especially when we're dealing with a lot of syllables at a time, emphasizing individual words, individual syllables sometimes, like at the end of every phrase. So it's like doubling your vocals, essentially, is what we're looking for you to do. Recording a track that records the same thing you said in the lead track as a layer, so that it doubles up the bigness, the width, if you will. Then you could play with those doubles. You can spread them left and right. You can stack them one on top of the other. You can make them quieter, O'Dane. You can be the same volume. That will depend, O'Dane. It will depend on if you want the emphasis to be on your lead or if you want the vocals to sound big and huge. If you just want a little bit of support, then you turn your doubles down. Sometimes what I like to do is I like to have like 2 different tracks on my DAW. One that is doubles quiet and one that is doubles loud, and then I'll just shift the regions between the 2 zones, one of which is like -5 or -10 dB lower than the vocals, the doubles loud, and I'll just see what sounds better for each moment. And if there are some that stand out too much, I drop them into the lower volume. And if there's some that, because there's a lot going on in the song, I need more, I drop them into the higher volume. That's a trick. It's just like, use it if you wish. But we need those doubles, and then we need those ad-libs. So this, Queenie, this is more what you're describing. Doubles means as in like double words, crash, crash, but like not at the same time. Mostly like the vocals are complementing each other. It's almost like a call and a response. Vocals that play with the lead vocals. Like it could be melodies, it could be repeats, it could be that. The ad-libs basically come in and add chaos to the very structured vocals that are obviously very well worked in this song. So we need those as well. We need a little bit of chaos added to this. So yeah. I would pan it one a little to one side and another stack to the other side a little bit more than the other one. So yeah, so there's Atsuki. That is, by the way, hi, Atsuki. Hi, hello, welcome, appreciate you. And thanks for the follow as well. That is a trick you can play with as well, O'Dane. Your lead vocals are most likely going to be dead center here, but your soft vocals might be like close to the center, and your loud vocals might be far to the right. So you might play with that at any given moment in this song and change the balance of those things. Is like something going to be loud on the right or loud in the center? Or there's going to be left and right spread? Like, you know what I mean? Your choice will matter in which moments of the song you need doubles more or less. Atsuki, no ad. You can't hear me either way, so I'm gonna. You can't hear me either way, so it doesn't matter. O'Dane, if you're getting an ad right now, you can't hear me either. But still, usually I play an ad song if you're the one whose song we're doing and I'm talking about it. So yeah, that's why I'm just gonna carry on here. Spacewalker Music, subscribe with. Appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do. Who wants ads, right? Who fucking hates ads? O'Dane, there's one last thing I want to talk to you about, and it is in this super fast rap section. It's a recommendation. I recommend that you dial back the auto-tune for this section. The reason I recommend you dial back the auto-tune for this section is because the pitch change that is so robotic with auto-tune, as it is made to be a robotic change in pitch. No human voice sounds like that. The robotic switch between notes where it's going is distracting from the rhythmic sort of let's just listen to it for a second.
They don't know me yet, thinking I'm a bitch, well quick, I'ma show me. I don't need your fake look, do the shit, I'm lonely. Don't talk too much, cause I keep it on me. Only talk 2 seconds, now that bitch will be on me. Yeah, talk too much, yeah, bitch, you the phony. I already know these, yeah, pussy wanna talk on me. Yeah, bitch, wanna be on my lonely. Yeah, I don't even know that fake ass shit. Talk on me, what you really ain't in. Remember those days when I was waiting, yeah.
So what's happening in this section, it's a little bit better. There, I don't mind the auto-tune so much. But in the fat, what's happening is that in between those notes, when you're your voice is doing and what's happening with the auto-tune is that it's like shifting between notes, and it's going like and it's choppy with the rhythm of your syllables. So you're doing in 16th note, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 enda, 2 enda, 3 enda, 4 enda. That's 16th notes. And your vocal pitch changes are coming in on 32nd notes, which is the subdivisions between your syllables. So it's sounding distracting to me. So you can either cut the auto-tune on certain parts as you propose, you can cut it entirely on those quick parts, or you can just slow down the response speed. You just slow it down so that it doesn't sound as jumping between two notes, and it's just kind of slowly oscillating between two notes. You don't have to have it super like square, like that's the note and that's the other note. Slow down the response time, and that should do it. Apart from that though, that's about it. Honestly, it wasn't that much that needed to be done for your song. For the most part, it's you have a good structure for it. As I said, your vocals, the flow that you're applying to each section seems to fit each section quite well. So that's a hard thing to do already. You seem to have a firm grasp for that. So we just want to make sure, first of all, get rid of that producer's tag in any way you can. Any way you can. If you have control over it, take control over it. Delay, for fuck's sake, choose your moments. After you have applied doubles and applied your ad-libs, then go back to the delay and fill in the rest of the gaps if they need it. Sometimes a little emptiness, Dane, it's nice. It's contrast. A little bit of contrast, a little bit of quiet actually gives us context so that when the voice comes back in, we're like, I missed you. And that's a valuable thing. Negative space. It's got to be another member of your band in you, if you will. Like usually your band has drummer, has a bassist, has a guitarist, has a keyboardist, has a singer, has some backup vocalists. But a member of the band that everyone always forgets is negative space, which is and it's valuable because suddenly when the voice comes back in, it feels almost like I've been longing for it. I missed it. And when we miss it, then when it comes back in, it's so much more impactful. Make your seconds count. And sometimes by doing that, just the opposite of what we think we need to do, which is by just stripping away sound, ear break is what we call it. And then you throw your vocals back on, of course. You're a singer or a vocalist. You should do that. But silence is a great tool in a musician's arsenal that is often overlooked. And I recommend that you experiment with it. Dane. One other, I mix in the vocals myself. All the advice will help a lot for me. Well, that's one track that you can basically apply all of this knowledge to. You try it with this one on your own like file, and then you apply all of this knowledge to the next track that you produce before you release it, because I see that this one's released already. I would recommend maybe doing a re-release, if you will, if you really want your track to like get some traction. Either way, Dane, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate some good R&B and some good rap. You got some great flow, and I want to hear more of it. I want it to be properly executed in your music, because it deserves it. Your music deserves it. Either way, Dane, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on. Stick around, Dane. We're going to be speaking to Spacewalker Music about their song. And sometimes, Dane, as some people have noticed, when you stick around for someone else's song, there are some like things that I speak about regarding their music that might very well just apply to your song as well. So you might want to stick around and make sure that there's some advice that you might not have heard in your song that might apply to another song that might sound like this one. So we'll see. Dane flow goes hard too. He has like a craft. He does. I agree with you. I like his flow. I've said it once. I've said it more than once. I've said it a couple times, and I'll say it again. Good flow. And I want that to be properly suitable in the music and properly suited in the track. All right. Spacewalker music. We got Do It Again. Mix Needs Some Work. I hope that's not the official title. We're going to listen to all of this because you are a subscriber now, as you have subscribed with Amazon Prime. Cheers to you. And we're going to talk about it after we are done listening. Here we go. Do It Again by Spacewalker. Okay. So, that was cool. It was a lot throughout, but it was cool. It had interesting moments. It had like an interesting story that it told. Pace was not dubstep, as you indicate here. Not at all dubstep. Not even close. I wouldn't even say that it's in the realm of step at all. So false advertising. Now, I said it was a lot, and I maintain that. And it's funny that in the last review, we were talking about negative space, silence, contrast. There is very little of that in this track. And I think, in my personal opinion, to a fault. We have a lot going on all of the time. We have very, very little breaks for our ears to recover. And thanks to a mastering job that is so-so at best, we further do not have time for our ears to recover, even in the quiet songs. And I'll explain what all of this means in my opinion. So let's talk first of all about the master, because it is by far, I think, the biggest problem here, technically speaking. You have a consistent volume throughout the entire song. that is a problem in that your soft sections should be on average, I don't know, 3 to 5 dB quieter than your loud sections. What we are experiencing here is that everything is approximately within 1 to 3 dB of same loudness, quiet sections and loud sections. The only real differences that make that big distinction are the drums for your drops that kind of nudge the loudness of your drops up a little bit. But even that, to a certain extent, does not really make up for the poor mastering that basically squashes your track throughout and leaves no, as you say in your own words, breathing room. That's number one. The breathing room in your master is squashed throughout. So you're going to need to probably mix in a way where your non-drop sections are mixed just like lower, just quieter. There is exactly, Spacewalker. There's no dynamic range. Correct. And if you mix properly, your master should reflect that dynamic range more or less, even if you squash the drops. The second thing is that the composition itself doesn't have many breaks in it. Like, let's go to the break here. Super active. The synth is super loud. The arpeggio, sort of plucky arpeggio, it's super active. The kick is already still quite loud. The vocal is pronounced and is taking a lead element as well. There's a bunch of stuff happening all over the place and all the time that is dominating our attention at all times. Like Atsuki says, I feel like there should be a chill spot somewhere, like just that piano playing. Zenulf, thank you very much for supporting the stream. You donated to Skip the Queue, and Skip the Queue you shall do. Let us put you ahead of the line here right now so that you see instant results. You will be right after Spacewalker music as bought and paid for. So yes, the composition itself should be a little bit, like, not only mix for sure, but the composition itself does require a little bit more breath, a little bit more negative space, maybe some more swirly sections that offer a little bit of like solace from the tension that you have applied to us, especially considering you go into a full hard style drop. Give us some peace and quiet before... You know what I mean? Give us some contrast for that particular section. Queenie 2, welp, I'm back to third. Sorry, dude. That's the way of the world, my man. Or my person, I should say. Jesus, shut up. I'm doing a stream here, don't you mind? Christ, fucking trucks. Anyways, we've spoken our piece about the contrast. You need to write in some sections that are a little bit more quiet and a little bit more chill. I feel like I should cut around 8 or 9K in some instances because I can hear it now with fresh ears. Well, that was my next note, funny enough. You have very many sections where there's a lot of high-end energy and not many moments where it's kind of eased off. Excuse me. I think that, yes, you can ease off the sort of high mids a little bit. Your vocals are a good place to start. Let's listen to those vocals. They're brittle. They have a little bit of low energy, but they're quite brittle and quite harsh, especially above the 9K. You have too much silver there. So we need to bring down the silver a little bit. We need to bring down that 8 or 9K resonance a little bit and look towards the 4 to 5K as well. Look to that section. For vocals, between 3 and 5K, sometimes making just a little cut makes all the difference. So look to the 3 to 5, look to the 7 to 9, those high, no, not low mids, high mids, the high mids specifically. that's where you want to look, because it will infringe upon our ears if it happens for too much. My last thought has already sort of been spoken. It's very very crowded throughout. I think you could stand to not only make sections quieter and like remove and like make the mix reflect your quietness a little bit. I think you could stand to remove some sections, especially in like builds and in breaks. I think you could stand to remove some content. Let's just listen here. There's a lot of layers going on, so you have that arpeggio that's coming in, you have the swells that are going in, you have your drums, you have your hi-hats, you have your vocals that are now pitched down an octave. There's just a lot of layers all the time. This sort of goes hand in hand with what I've already said about your song, which is it's always very all of the song, but this is more on a very specific approach. Strip some layers back and away, and even like change the nature of some layers to maybe make the textures a little bit less domineering, less plucking, more pads. You know what I mean? Have textures that like take less room and less attention. That would be my last piece of advice. And I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say about your track either way. So for the moment, at least, Spacewalker Music, we appreciate you submitting the track for the first time with us, subscribing with Amazon Prime as well. Always appreciated. Daddy Amazon is pleased, and then he gives me money, so we are all pleased, basically. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do, and thank you, above all, as always, for trusting us with your track. Appreciate it. Love to hear from other engineers. Well, stick around. You can hear more from another engineer if you wish as we listen to Zen LF. Zen, who is our latest supporter of the stream and skipped the queue to the chagrin, unfortunately, of Queenie. Just to let you guys know, I don't skip those who have skipped. So let's say right now someone were to like skip, press the skip button, like Queenie, if you were to skip right now, you wouldn't necessarily skip ahead of Zen LF. But if someone were to pay to skip ahead, they would no longer skip ahead of you. So like skips are treated in order of first come, first serve. So yeah. Tough, I got ads. Well, we got this with this tradition here when we deal with ads. The way that ended, personally. We back. Everyone's back from the ads, and guess what? The computer loaded up the track. We got another one in the can. Folks, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here, and then I'm going to be closing up the queue for the evening. So if in the next, let's say by the time we finish listening to this song, the people who are in the queue right now have not submitted their once per day submission, and by joining the queue, I will close it and we'll be done for the day. So speak now or forever hold your beats. Well, for 1 week, hold your beats, I guess. But that is the time to jump in, guys. If it is the time, if there was a time, now it is. Jesus Christ, I need some sleep. You see why I'm going to go a little early tonight? This is why. My words are not working. We got The Crown, produced by Royal, Ansem, and Reset. We got Zendrix here. We're going to listen to pretty much all of this song, except for maybe this long-ass fade-out. And then we're going to tell you what we think about it, Zendrix. So thank you for submitting as you do, and let's listen to The Crown.
And I've been doing this shit for a long time, you don't know. Gotta be patient cause it'll be my time, I'm a blow. Go for the 3, you know I gotta score. I'm leaving the feet, taking the shot off the road. I got unlimited bars, infinite ammo. Yeah, I'm taking the crown, I'm taking the man off. I really get lit in this shit like a candle. I feel like I'm Rambo, I live in a castle. I wanna be nice, I'm looking up in a chateau. None of these spares and I really be killing this shit and I don't need a pole. I think I'm getting too hot to be feeling like I just been stepping on coals. I just be making these hits back to back, I be thinking that I'm on a roll. All of this shit to be off of the door so you know that they come from the soul. I've been too busy just running my mouth, staying on up but I come from the south. I'm tryna stack up a large amount, I gotta get on my family new house. Feel like a pay to the way I'm a pounce, playing E beat and I'm finding the bounce. Remember the days I was making that route, really a dog on this shit on my motherfucking house. Getting too high, think I'm off of the ground, these niggas fuck with the sound. Thought I was stuck in the lost in the found, but I had to find me a way out. Me and my niggas ain't gave from them, but they gon' know what I'm talking about. One day I'm going to roll, I really be in the zone. She wanna know what I'm on. Lately I'm feeling so different, I feel like my heart has been turning to chrome. Really an ain't get fly, he's a bird, I be thinking I might be a drone.
I'm not tailing that out. That there's no reason for that. Okay, so Zen, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. We gotta talk. So we got a couple things to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of them are going to be. I don't think your track's ready, bud. If I'm being honest. So I'm gonna treat you with the same respect, Zen, as I've treated everybody who's made this mistake this evening. Zen. Zen! Turn off your delays! Turn them off! I've done this 3 times today. This same reaction. Turn off your delays on your vocals. Turn them off. Just turn them off. Just doing that will have improved your song. Starting there with a very easy, where's the plug-in for my delay on my vocals? Okay. My song has improved by about an objective 15%, I'd say. Just by doing that. Too many delays. Oh gosh, chat, my song has a lot of delays too. Y'all, I don't know who's teaching you these tricks. They ain't right. They are wrong. But that's okay, Quainey. We'll talk about you. We'll give you your time in the sun, I promise you. So step 1, delays off. Step 2, I said the same thing for Dane. Record some doubles. Record some fucking doubles instead of having delays all the time. Then step 3, record some ad-libs. I hear you have some here and there, just like some humming ad-libs. Yeah, but I think you should be doing a lot more of that instead of delays. You should be repeating key phrases using your ad-lib track rather than just throwing delay on everything because this is clouding it up. So then when you record your ad-libs, when you record the doubles for the sections that you're already singing in your lead track, if there are any holes that need filling, then that's when you apply some delays. Very few, sparingly, then, only then. Okay, now that we've done that, let's talk about the rest of your song. What's with all the distortion? What is... I don't hear shit. I'm not hearing anything in your musical endeavor. Was this the way that the producers Royal Ansem and Reset sent you this track with all of this distortion all over the place? 'Cause it's bad, bro. You should probably find a better instrumental if that's the case. If you added the distortion on all that, please take it off. That's not how you add distortion on a song. Everything in your song is getting ruined through a very simple effect. Way too much distortion. Like there's no place for that in your song. There's no possible way your song is going to sound good with that on it. Yeah, it came like that. All right, Zen, line yourself up a new instrumental. Find someone that's a similar rhythm. Line yourself up a new people to work with instrumentally, because that is trash. That is trash. No one deserves that much distortion on their song. No one deserves that. Everyone deserves better. Everyone. Now, okay, you've found a new instrumental that doesn't feature all of the distortion in the world. You've recorded your doubles. You've recorded your ad-libs. You've applied any delays to any further sections. Okay, now, go back to your original track and re-record the sections that are offbeat. That's a lot of them, such as...
Like I just been stepping on coals. I just be making these back to back. I be thinking that I'm on a roll. All of this shit to be off of the door, so you know that they come from the soul. I've been too busy.
So what's happening here, Zen, is there's a phenomenon where drummers will strategically play ahead of a beat, and it's called you're rushing, or you're pushing the beat. You're basically pushing and not pulling. You're sitting in ahead of the beat. But the thing is, in order to do that, you basically need to be consistently ahead of the beat. You're not doing that. You are starting on beat, and then you are speeding up until your next bar when you realize, shit, I'm going too fast. I gotta slow it back down. Then you speed up again, then you repeat that pattern consistently through your song. This is consistently offbeat, and it sounds unprofessional. It sounds like you need to work on your flow. It sounds like you need to either re-record your vocals and be on the grid, and then strategically go off of it, strategically, not incorrectly. Or you need to learn how to use time correcting software to correct your incorrect vocal takes. Because this is off time, my dude. There's no place for that in the industry either. This much distortion, this much offbeat on your vocals, this much delay clouding up your vocals, there's no place for this in the professional industry. So if you don't intend to correct these three major problems, this is like, if you don't fix this, your music will not evolve. It's as simple as that. It's like you are going to stay at this level forever. People expect better than that. Maybe not folks that are close to you, maybe not your friends who don't know better, but your friends who don't know better are just going to listen to the song once to say they listened to it and then go like, all right, I'm going to go back to the music that's produced without any of these errors committed, which is all of the rest of the music that is professionally released. Almost all, I'll say. Some slips through the cracks, and real professionals understand the difference between the two. So those are big things. And I think that honestly, timing-wise, I think you should work on that first, if anything. Re-record your lead track over a better instrumental, I hope. But even if you record it over this instrumental, it doesn't matter. Practice your timing. Put on a metronome. You're using triplets, right? So instead of being 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3, you're going 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Well, put on a metronome with a triplet counter, and practice your vocals over that metronome until every single syllable is right on that click. And if it ain't, do it again until it is. Or, as I said, the alternative, learn how to use time correction software, like a rhythm correction software, because one way or another, we need your lyrics to be on the grid, and it's getting off very frequently. Then re-record your doubles, then record your ad-libs and your doubles, then add your delay, then mix without any distortion on your master track. And then you will have a better track. If you follow these steps, I promise you, your track will be better. Atsuki, you just got back. What did you miss? You missed a song that was not finished yet. That seemed to be in the early stages of experimental development, if I am to put it kindly. So either way, Zendrix, I suppose, needs some work. We need to get it much better, if I'm to be frank. And you can get there, I'm sure. Anybody can if they put in enough time and patience and effort. But you need to get there. So yeah. Either way, Zendrix, I appreciate you following our stream and listening to what we have to say about your song. Thank you for, first of all, supporting the stream by skipping the queue and allowing us to continue the stream slowly. We appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do. Thanks for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Without the songs to hear the errors being committed, we wouldn't know that they are errors in the first place. So don't sweat it. As long as you feel like you are going to change these things, you have nothing to worry about. You just need to sort of understand the urgency of those things that need to be changed. So yeah, either way, Zendrix, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on down the line here, folks. We only got a couple more peeps. We're closing the queue at this time as well, which means that anybody who is remaining in the queue will be honored. That being Quaini, Atsuki, and SBS Studios. Anybody who's still with us, basically. Just so that you can see it while I pull up the... Oh, that's not it. That's not it at all. That's it. While I pull up the track, you can see them yourselves. But, yeah. We're finishing the day a little early here, folks. Zen, keep going. It's brave to put yourself out there, but Mike's totally right. There's levels to this shit, and you can't get to one without passing through the others. Steven from Ohio. Sometimes I have trouble resuming things shortly. You have done so successfully, and I appreciate your brief yet very, very truthful answer. And it is exactly that I'm trying to express. There are levels to this. And in order to graduate, you got to do some pretty necessary shit. So yeah. And I appreciate your support, Stephen from Ohio, because sometimes also something that I forget with my stupid forgetfulness is that I didn't forget. I did say to Zen, you have nothing to worry about if you intend to fix this, which is true. I am expressing my intent to see you carry on. That's what I want you to do, is I want you to keep practicing. I don't want you to give up. There's no one saying that. It's like literally me saying the opposite. So this is just me second guessing myself. This is what is happening right now. All right. Quaini, you've been waiting for a minute. And here we are. You kind of ducked out, fell asleep, are back in the queue. But we got it. We're here. We got it. We're doing it. We got it right here. We're going to listen to it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this song, but still discuss what we think about those 2 minutes. Really pick me apart. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. That is the modus operandi in this stream. I'm nitpicky as a motherfucker because I love you all. Because I love you all, I judge you to the death. So here we go. Hashtag FWB by Marquand by Quaini 2TL. Let's listen to 2 minutes of it and let's talk about this right now.
Baby, are you down? Baby, are you down?
ride with me, oh, you just ride with me. Come to the sky with me, I want you to fly with me. How could you waste this energy? I wanted you to die with me. Why could you ride with me? You just ride with me. Do you hear that song? Do you hear that song? Baby, look around. Baby, look around, round. You're my queen now. You're my queen now. Lay down on me, your legs, let me run my mouth. Oh, 3 on the clock, babe. Just when you called me. Let's roll out, let's go to the sky. Our shows intertwine. Get out of that. The soul ties we have, they can't fight. Let them be blind. Just can't fight. Ooh, when you look at me with those eyes, love's a war I fight. Lose every time. I can't do nothing. Do you hear that song? Do you hear that song? Baby, look around. Baby, look around. You're my queen now. You're my queen now. Lay down, open your legs, let me run my mouth. Let's roll out, let's go to the sky. Our souls intertwined. Do you hear us?
All right, we're going to stop there. MU Digital, welcome to the chat for the first time. We appreciate you lurking and listening in. We appreciate you being with us tonight. So special shout outs to my lurkers, just hanging out and chiming in whenever they do. We appreciate y'all. We don't say it out loud enough, so here we are. Okay, so let's just get this out of the way because at this point it's a tradition for the evening. Queenie! The delays! You already know what to do. I've said it 3-4 times now. Obviously, you didn't know this when you produced this. You didn't watch this yet. It was in the past. It's just fair treatment at this point. It's like I just must scream at people who do this now. It's just now become a tradition. So, for fuck's sake, turn them off. Repeat the process I've described several times now, Queenie. Doubles first, although you've got some doubles. You've got some ad-libs. I will say that. Your ad-libs are actually pretty well distributed. Got hit with an ad at the worst time. Shit. Well, we're going to play the ad song. Note. Shit. I didn't land it. I didn't stick the landing. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Okay. You got hit with the ad with the worst time, but we played the ad song to avoid talking about your song while the ad is going on. So, we're not stupid either. Okay. So, let's talk about this. The intro vocals here.
Come to the sky with me, I want you to fly with me. How could you waste this energy?
So that vocal texture, there's way too much chorus, phaser, both, and high pass on it. Maybe not the high pass. I don't mind the high pass. It might be better instead of this swirly sound, Queenie, for this vocal to have like a megaphone. That kind of like vocal sound and texture might be better for your intro. Just because it does create a little more tension, and this is almost too much air. It's making us like, but not in a good way. So a little less swirl, a little more tension. so that when we get into the song, it releases. Let's listen to your main vocals. Are you guys hearing the same thing I am? Your pitch correction is not locking in to the correct notes. You're playing, so your song is in B minor, right? So you hear that song. You're singing incorrectly and relying on the pitch correction to correct your melody, and you're singing. Yeah, that song. And your pitch correction should be coming in and taking this note and bringing it down to this note. So it should be sounding. Right now you're singing that song like. And so you need to program your pitch correction so that it's on the scale of B minor. You need to do that because otherwise you get these notes, these weird flat seconds. You don't want that much tension. You don't want that kind of tension in these kind of chord progressions. And if you do it, it's got to be well placed. So your pitch correction, correct your pitch properly. Okay, we've talked about that. Now, let's talk about your ad-libs. Like I mentioned, you have a decent amount in your song. Like, for instance, I believe this section was nice. Some in there. In with the big vocals too. I like the big vocals coming in. Let me just cut to this section here. Let's roll out, let's go to the sky. Where was it? I remember a specific section. I gotta show something. Maybe try drill, sub, bass line. Sounds like the delay is on constantly. The delay is on constantly, MU Digital. This is an issue that we've had several times this evening. Singers come in here with their song thinking that the delay has to be just an effect that's always on. We've mentioned this time and time again, and there are people who are thinking this is a good thing, and I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know what they're listening to guide them in these decisions. But no. You are correct, MU Digital. It is not the way you do things. And it is annoying. I agree with you. I can't find where the example is. Digital, appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. I can't find the issue that I was listening before, but I realized that you were switching into this sound. Okay, so here's I think what I just realized what I'm listening for. This vocal sound is very high passed, so it's like you're cutting out a lot of the low frequencies. And then when you get to this vocal, nice big low sound. Even though it sounds like it's recorded on an iPhone headset, it sounds like a bigger vocal. It's correctly EQ'd. The difference between these two vocals is huge, and I don't think there should be that big of a difference. I think, if anything, this part of your song here, do you hear the song, should sound more like these vocals here. Like, you should have bigger vocals sounding more constantly throughout the entire song, and then have moments where this thinner sounding vocal comes in to like break up that big vocal sound, just to create contrast. That's what the ad-libs are for, is to create chaos, to create contrast. So I think you need to work on switching between those two sounds a little bit more. Because right now we're hearing a little more on and off in general, really. But I think we need to hear a little more, give it a shape over time that elevates us, that like expands and that gives us a story over time. Otherwise, it just gets bland. It just gets repetitive. So yeah. Anyways, I think that's all I got to say about your track, though. Your rhythm is okay. You don't have the favorite flow that I would listen to myself personally. But that said, the flow that you do have is acceptable and it's decently executed. Your pitch, I am not a fan of pitch correction. I think you should just sing it right and then apply whatever effects you want onto that for the textures you need. To rely on pitch correction to get the right notes is foolish, in my opinion. But people do it. So I'm not going to start like saying that I'm the one to decide what is and isn't universally foolish here. I'll just say correct correctly, because at least you hear the tool is there. It's just not operating correctly. Correct your pitch. It's necessary. Yeah. But that's, I think, pretty much all I got to say about that, honestly. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, allowing us to provide feedback, comments, criticism, analysis, feedback, what have you. He should use Melodyne if struggling with vocals. Yeah. So the other option is manually pitch correcting your vocals. So deciding which note that syllable is gonna hit. That is the, if you can't set your scale to B minor properly, or it just doesn't sound good, or whatever it is, you have to use manual pitch correction, whether it be Melodyne, whether it be, what's the other one? Well, Antares, I guess. Yeah, that's the next step, MU Digital. But I think you could try just scaling your auto-tune correctly, your automatic pitch correction correctly. And then if it doesn't work, then yeah, we'll talk about that then. Either way, thank you, Queenie, for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you being with us. We're moving on down the line, folks. We only got two people left. Good timing, Atsuki, as it is your turn as you arrive from helping with the groceries. So hit me up with a link. Let's get this going. Let's listen to the track together. No problem. I'll be back next stream for another review. Excellent. Well, you've already followed, so you'll see the notification the next time we go online. This is my first time making something like this. We've had a few. We've had a few this evening. So let's pull it up here. B for real short. 4 or 5 cap is an interesting artist name. Atsuki. All right, let's listen to approximately the entire thing, except this long-ass tail once again. Let's talk about it after that, shall we? B for real short, 4 or 5 cap, by the Twitch personality known as Atsuki. Here we go. I said...
Cyclops.
Yeah, be for real. The way you move it, you know I can tell that you want me. Babe, be for real. You know I'm in love, so leave me alone. Do you want me?
Cyclops.
Yeah, I make you shine in the night. Stepping in water, and you know I'm divine. We stepping in waves, and we both align. Got it like that, you glow. You gon' bring hell, you hang with my woes. You gon' cause damage in my home. We could just kick it through the roof, kick it to the moon. I know you fucking when we do. We could just chill for a minute. I know you want this. much for a living.
Cyclops.
Yeah, be for real. The way you move it, you know I can tell that you want me. Babe, be for real. You know I'm in love, so leave me alone. Do you want me?
Okay. I'm just gonna write that last note down. Okay. So, the textures of your first of all, before we say anything, boo, producer tag, boo. There, we got it out of our system. Is that a watermark, MU Digital? It was a producer tag. First of all, Itsuki, if you can avoid it, pay for your fucking beats. If you can avoid it. Producer tags make your song sound like a joke. Sounds like a DJ Khaled every single time. First of all. Okay, so there is a long time before anything happens in this track. Let me start there. Let's go here.
Yeah.
40 seconds before any vocals are heard, besides those any swirly samples or any of those sort of textural elements. That's a long time. I would write some more shit if I was in your position. I would write some more vocals. I would write something that is engaging, but not super engaging, so that we can ease our way into your main vocals. Or you take the vocals that you have where you started, you move those back, and you write something more engaging for the section out of which you took it. But write some shit. Secondly, let's listen to your ad-libs.
Be for real. The way you move it, you know I can tell that you want me. Babe.
In this section, your ad-libs are doing great. Love them. No notes on that section.
Be for real. You know I'm in love, so leave me alone. Do you want me?
Cyclops.
Yeah.
Sorry, it ruins your song, dude. It ruins the experience. Suddenly, I'm taken out of your song so violently. Ugh.
I make you shine in the night. Stepping in water, you know I'm divine. We stepping in with.
Okay, so here is where your ad-libs start committing some errors. They start A, singing on top of your main vocals. B, singing the same notes that your main vocals are singing, not even an octave lower or an octave higher, singing the same notes as your lead vocal take. And C, they have so much dense, ruined reverb that sounds like it's dominating the space behind your vocals so much that it ends up stepping on your actual vocals as well. No. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to tame the ad-libs frequency, meaning you should probably take out some of these ad-libs from this section. Okay? Or if you need to keep all of them, change the notes of some of them sung, not just but maybe go doing the notes that are on your major scale, but not the same notes that your main vocals are singing. Which, by the way, MU Digital does sound a little Post Malone vibes, which I can get down with it. I like Congratulations. I enjoy myself when I listen to Is it thinking I was better now? It's got good vibes. It's got very nice vibes. So yeah, I can get jiggy with that. But your ad-libs should probably be dosed if you're going to do that. I'm most likely going to change the octaves on the ad-libs around certain parts. Sure, man, do whatever you want to do. Do whatever works for you. All I know is that your ad-libs right now are stepping on your main vocals. Then, once you've changed those, you will need to correct your ad-lib reverb for these sections. Maybe you create a new reverb for these sections so that it's less domineering. But these echoes, these like echoes into the resonance of infinity.
Say we both aligned. Got it like that, you glow. You gon' bring hell, you hang with my woes. You gon' cause damage in my...
What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, oh, it's like a whole echo and reverb combined. Let's listen to it again.
You gon' bring hell, you hang with my woes. You gon' cause damage in my...
Well, oh, that's what it sounds like in the mix. It's funny. Yeah, no, that doesn't work, dude. That's way too intense. That's way too intense. You're gonna want to fix that. No, fix that. Not you're gonna wanna. I don't care if you want to or not. Fix that. Let's jump to the ending because I believe that the rest of the notes apply to pretty much everything that we've heard so far. Like,
When we do, we can just share.
did you hear that? I just happened to hear.
We can. I know you fucking when we do. We can.
Okay, so you shifted in your chair. I heard the like that shifting sound. That one. Wait. That. I heard that in your mic, and I also heard you swallowing. So you're gonna want to probably cut around those noises because it's unprofessional. It's sloppy. You're gonna want to make a cut after you're done making your human noises. Even sometimes breaths can be distracting if they're too like if you breathe in too quickly or too sharply. Sometimes you need to do the same thing to the vocals, to the breaths. But for these sounds, just there's no place for that in your vocal track. So cut after them and then do a little fade in at the end of your region so that when your vocals do come back in, you can't tell that there's a cut there. It just feels very smooth. And it goes from silence to vocals smoothly. Fade in your cuts. Everybody who's listening right now should take note to fade in their cuts. It is necessary. It is a professional standard. And a professional standard doesn't mean only the professionals do it. It means if you consider yourself any measure of a professional, it is the minimum, the bare minimum that you will do when you cut your tracks in your regions. Fade out on either side. Fade in, fade out. Always. Ad. Well, shit. One more time for the ad song. The note, let's just...
We can just kick.
And he's back. As we never proceed through someone's review when they get an ad, if they're going to not subscribe, an easier way to avoid the ads is to subscribe. For the record, I have turned that setting on. No ads if you're a subscriber. Okay, so there's only one thing that I have to say for the rest of your song. It's really something quick.
Be for real. Hell no, I'm in love, so leave me alone. Do you want me?
I think you could do a better ending than that. I think you could either... First of all, this reverb tail, way too long. It's not an artistic choice anymore. It is just unnecessary. It's making your song literally 5 to 10% longer, 10% longer for no reason. It's offering no real information. You cut out the rest of the beat. I think you could cut it out smoother than that, is my point with this. I think you could find a way to make your outro a little bit nicer to listen to. So my personal suggestion would be, don't cut that first full beat out. Just cut it out. End on the want me, and like have no kick, have no instrument after that. Fade out from your instrumental at that point and remove this giant reverb tail. Again, doing us no favors. We do not benefit from it at all as listeners. So take it out. Take that shit out. That's it. That's all I got to say about your track here, Atsuki. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you allowing us the opportunity for us to provide an opportunity to improve, because it's not a bad track. It's as a matter of fact, it's pretty decent. I like Post Malone's feel for this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's it should be easy to improve it, but it does need improvement. That's guaranteed. So either way, Atsuki, thank you for trusting us with your track. We are moving on to our last listen of the evening, folks, and that is SBS Studios. As I see, we have some people coming in. RES, what's up? Yo, Skylar Archives, thank you for joining us for the first time. How do I submit my? I would love some mixed feedback. Our queue is closed for the evening, I am afraid. So be sure to either follow or subscribe so that you see us go online the next time and you get in early so that you can get into the queue. There you go. You are going to get the notification next time we go live. But Skylar, if you want to hear a little bit about how we do it and how we usually perform our feedback, stick around for our last one of the day, because we have RES. Also appreciate your follow. Thank you very much for supporting the streams in the way you do, guys. But we do have this Alan Hagen, who is otherwise known as SBS Studios or SB Studios. We're going to listen to their track. We're going to listen to almost all of it, provide some comments after we've listened to the whole thing. So let's go together on this voyage. Fade Away, Alan Hagen. Thanks again to all our supporters today. We appreciate you all. Let's listen to this. The fuck, bro? Play the song.
And you don't have the heart to break me. Watch me
right, I'm assuming that's approximately it. Okay. Alan Hagen, SB Studios. We'll call you Studios, since we like that word. Let's start by the constant thing that you're going to need to improve throughout the track. The vocals are very quiet. And I like the sound of them, and I like the way that they are mixed otherwise, but the volume of them is unacceptable compared to the rest of your instruments. So boost those up a good solid 3 to 5 dB in the mix. We need those to cut through a little bit more clearly. Next, around 30 seconds, I heard an opportunity for like a musical change-up, and I was craving it, and I was hoping for it, and it didn't happen, and I was disappointed.
Feeling less and less, telling me you'll never be. Now you got me feeling less and less, telling me you'll never be the.
Right there. Your vocals change up in terms of feel, but nothing musically goes in the back to support it. Maybe your synths would have to like almost come in with something like a... just to say that like you sort of... it's not syncopated, it's the opposite. You meet up with your vocals, basically, to kind of complement them. Let's see how it sounds, actually.
You don't have to change me, change me. Now you got me feeling less and less, telling me you'll never be the best. And you don't have the heart to break me.
Yep. Syncopate your synths, or add in a guitar layer or something. Match up with those vocals. Just give us more unity between the vocals and the instrumental track. Something that is new and different. Something that is something we haven't heard before in another element. Yeah. Something like that in there will be good for you. I promise. And Dragons, Girl, and Skylar Archives do tend to agree, which I'm very happy about because... yeah, I think we all agree. Need something a little more syncopated. Okay. I'm gonna say at this point, SB Studios, I'm assuming it's too late to ask you to change chords. Because you're sticking on that A minor the whole song. And I think you could very well benefit from a little bit of a change up in that department. You know, like any change. Even if the bass... Let me see something, actually. Let me see if we add on a little bit of like a bass chord progression, kind of like a descending bass line or something. Let's hear. Especially during the chorus.
No one can save me. Watch me waste away. You know I fade away. You know I fade away. Help me numb the pain. Oh, make it go away. Oh, make it go away. I don't bend up.
Okay, so that covered a couple of things. So first of all, your bass needs a change up. So it's really what it is. Your chord, staying on the same chord is one thing. Staying on the same bass line, girl, you have such a really great tool in the form of what is a bass. Use it. You have so much space to fill and so much contrast that can be applied here that, like, why aren't you? Especially for this section here with the break, there is like something missing in it. Especially right around there, like right around there in that middle of that break, there's like a guitar note or something that's got a shred there. Or if you were to just go like this. something funky. I always go funky with bass. It's just the way my brain kind of does things. But like something. That's a Wolfpack riff, but still, like it's just something. I don't know. I'm not the writer of your song, and I shouldn't be the one writing your song, for the record. But there should be something there that fills in that space, and you need to vary your bass more throughout this track. I think you need to write bass riffs for different sections. I think you need to have different repeating sections that change up a little bit between them so that it keeps it fresh going through the song. But I was trying to figure out what's really going to be the thing that's going to distinguish this song throughout. And I think the answer is the bass, because the rest of the elements sound really comfortable where they are, and it sounds like you're establishing an ambience with the rest of your tracks. And I'm thinking like, well, what if we add an electric guitar solo or something to this section, you know, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, for me, it's like it shreds, so like I like it. As a guitarist, I like that. But it doesn't fit with the aesthetic of the rest of your song. Whereas if you were to throw in some funky bass in there, it would absolutely sit with the rest of those textures. So I think you need to throw some of that, a little bit of that in there. Just a little bit. Rahim Ansari, what's up? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay. That is good. The second pre-chorus, let's talk about it.
You don't have to change me, and you don't have the heart.
Yo, listen up! I'm a designer, that's the deal. Dropping hot skills, yeah, my flow is real. I see your vibe, so let's keep it tight. Free designs for you, making it right. Yo, this by far is the most creative pitch ever. And so for that, Rahim Ansari, I will say to you, we do not accept solicitors in this chat. I will not ban you for the creative way that you have pitched your services. And I hope that for one day, that will work for someone. But please, no more soliciting in my chat. I will ban you on the next offense, but thank you for at least making it poetry. For that, we'll leave it at that and we'll move on. Don't do it again. Even if it's poetry, I'll ban you. But creative. Respect. Now get the fuck out. Okay. So, this pre-chorus.
Change me. You waste away and change me. Now you got me feeling like have the heart to break me. Change me. Break me.
Sorry, I wrote pre-chorus, but I meant the chorus. That was my mistake. So this chorus and the first chorus are identical, and that's a problem because your last chorus should be the greatest evolution of your song. It should be the final moments where you coalesce all of your choices together and you stack them. So I'm thinking probably some vocal ad-libs for you, those high falsettos, like those things at the end of your song will probably be the move, like with a lot of reverb and a lot of delay added on as kind of like a just as an ambient sort of addition. Does it work? I don't know. Let's see. 2
1 2 1 2
Yeah. Let's just throw on a little more delay on that.
2
Not the kind of delay I want, but that's fine. 2, 2. Yeah. More reverb than delay. That's what I wanted. Let's try it. Yeah, I think so. I think that's a move. I think that's a power move. Like if you throw in another layer of vocal improv, basically ad lib in a way, I think you're gonna sell your song far more efficiently. It's an idea. It's an idea. One thing or another. I think your song is not done yet, but it has a decent arrangement to it. You just need to level it up at this point. And I think that goes with pretty much all of my notes here, with the musical change up after 30 seconds, a new baseline sections, you know what I mean? Breaking up your break section with a riff or something. The second chorus being leveled up with a new, you're missing the salt and pepper. Girl, I appreciate you very much. Thank you for following. You're missing the salt, pepper, and garlic powder on top of this wonderful steak. You know what I mean? You have the meat, and you have the fat, all of the things of substance. God, now I want steak. All of the parts of substance are there on this dish. Now we just need to add the flavorings to that so that we really bring out all of the original flavors. God, I'm fucking hungry. So yeah, this is really the only stuff that's missing is the extra added flavor, the touches, the thing that's really gonna make your song go from oh cool to oh shit. That's what I want your song to make people do. That's really the only thing I'm trying to do here with this fucking stream is make people's songs make people go, oh shit. That's what I want. So do these things and it will at least be a little more. It will be a little bit more like that. But either way, SB Studios, aka Alan Hagen, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you with this track. It's nice. It's a nice track, honestly. It's got a nice texture. The one chord songs, SB, just be honest with you, Alan, it's hard to pull off. One chord songs are a tough endeavor to make work properly. So the way you make it interesting is by changing up bass lines, is by changing up sprinkles, is by adding in a lot more elements that are different so that the same parts all sound fresh. And you got an ad either way, so it doesn't really matter. But either way, if you look back on this, thank you for trusting us with your track, SB Studios. We appreciate you. I think the ad is at this point over, so I'll just repeat it one more time for you, SB. You got the ad, but here we are. Thank you either way for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you submitting. We appreciate you being a part of the stream today and supporting the stream in the way that you do. And that will bring us to the end of our queue. Why is my chair falling? Jesus. That will bring us to the end of our queue for the day and for the evening, folks. Stay tuned for the notification next time as we go live. We will most likely be doing it not next Tuesday, as I believe I got something booked on next Tuesday, but we'll see. Either way, for now, we appreciate you very much. Stay tuned and for when we go on live the next time. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care. See you soon.
You know, I never understood all these elaborate tortures. It's the simplest thing to cause more pain than a man can possibly endure. It's not only the immediate agony, but the knowledge that if you do not yield soon enough, there will be little left to identify you as a man. The only question remains, will you yield?